Dr. Nwosu for the opening prayer. Shall we pray? In Jesus' name. Precious Father, we give you thanks for this day. Thank you for journey mercies. Thank you for preservation of life. Thank you for health of all the invitees and the participants, more especially for the retiree that we are celebrating today. Thank you for having given him good health throughout the years of service, preserved him, giving him intellect, ability, knowledge, wisdom. And today, Lord, we pray that the whole of this activity and ceremony shall give you glory and bless mankind. Thank you, Abba Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. Shall we get distinguished professors, emeritus professors, scholars, consultants, invited dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to welcome all of you to the book launch and valedictory lecture of no other person than one of the greatest in the field of video regional subjects and our own teacher, mentor, disciplinarian, Professor Sabastian Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. I'll quickly introduce members of the high table, most consultants here and our dignitaries before I hand over the mic to the chairman of today's occasion for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, on the high table is the acting vice chancellor of the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, our own, our mentor, our trainer, Akachine Emilio, the only VC Yana Chia de Nama, Professor Joseph Ifani Ikejeben. He came into unizik Achake. If you were there yesterday for the entrance of that great university to the auditorium, you can see the beauty. And that reflects the beautiful hands that he has continued to touch. Even while he was the Dean of Medicine here, he was the digital Dean. The Director of Academic Planning, it was a digital event. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, he was so great. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you in our midst. Thank you so much for coming. A great speaker for time. Yesterday 10 for 10, the Senate comment. Today 10 for 10, the Vice Chancellor was here. A round of applause. And he came in one of the greatest members of the Council of Unizik, our own, the tallest, Professor Ivy Onyara, Senate Rep to the Council. Sitting by the left of the acting Vice Chancellor of our university is no other person than the Provost of the College of Health Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, the Chairman of Council of Neurosurgeons in this part of the world, and our own Professor Julie Kennedy C. Emeju Obuonisio. By his left is no other person than our own mother. Whatever we see here, we're immensely glad. She has touched very every soul in this faculty. Whatever she touches blossoms. Our own mom, Professor Johan Ifesinachi Ahanegu, MNI. Distinguished colleagues and scholars in our midst is one of the fastest fingers in the field of prostatectomy. One of the greatest surgeons ever produced in this part of the world. Our teacher, our mentor, our own, Papando Ekuloria, Professor Pius Ifani Sunday Okafor. He gets younger by the day. He gets younger by the day. Whenever you see him, sincerely speaking, you start appreciating the beauty of nature. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you in our midst. Sitting behind the provost is our own deputy provost of the College of Health Sciences, our own Professor Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. Distinguished colleagues and scholars from Melbourne to Nigeria, to the National College, to the West African College of Surgeons, we have in our midst our valedictorian for today, a strict disciplinarian, a mentor. If he tells you his lecture starts by 7 a.m., by 6:59, Prof's car is parked right there in front of the Guinness Eye Center. By 7 o'clock, he walks into the class. 7:59, he's through with the lectures and the note is complete. He did this continuously. He sustained it for the 35 years he contributed to IT service. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst is not a person that the man who has touched the vitreoretinal body, perfected it, taught people how it looks like. In our midst is Professor Sabastian Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. Prof, we deeply appreciate all you've continued to do. It's a pleasure to be here. And the gathering you've seen here shows that you've continued to contribute immensely to the development of humanity. Thank you so much for coming, Prof. I'll start the introduction from other members in this hall. We have in our midst the man who works physiology, the man who teaches physiology, the man who represents physiology. Whenever you see him, you remember the physiologic man. In our midst is the man who taught us how the heart works. Professor Ed Okechukwu. He's going to introduce the author today, and it will be a great pleasure to listen to him. Distinguished scholars. We have the only person in this part of the world who, whenever you see him, he represents 5 persons in one. You cannot introduce him as one. He is 5 persons. In the end, they count him as 4. It means that wherever he enters, 4 persons just enter. In our midst is a former commissioner for health, former president of SONO, former dean, former provost, former everything, emeritus professor of Prof and Ghana, Professor Joseph Ifeanyi Brian D. Adima. Sitting by him is no other person than a former provost of this college. The man has bestrode the field of pediatrics. Member of the West African College of Physicians. He has chaired it, has been the secretary for many times. We love him for all he has continued to do. Professor C.C. Ezechukwu. Distinguished colleagues and scholars sitting very close to him is the man, one of the fastest fingers in the field of general surgery. Every journal he touches must have an impact factor. We have in our midst the man we continue to love, but many people are afraid to get close to him. He is not that person. The Professor Stanley Nnamdi Chinedu Anyamu. You know, that Chinedu is so benign, but the man is malignant. You know, there are names that when you answer, you shouldn't be malignant. When somebody tells you that comes to JKC is Chinedu too, you know, you keep wondering. But he's JKC, although he's young. And in our midst is the lady who has continued to sustain our emeritus professor. She is here. Whenever you see her, you're convinced that few minutes emeritus professor will walk in. We're always glad whenever we see her. Professor H.M. A consultant biostandards, fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Medicine. It's a pleasure to have you in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, we have you in our midst the man who has continued to dress elegantly, and you keep wondering if retirement is due. He has taught us a lot of things in the field of surgery. He has taught us how to nucleate, and he nucleates the prostate at the fastest time. He gets younger by the day. Professor Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you in our midst. And seated by his side is a former dean of the Faculty of Medicine, a consultant biostandards in the field of radiology, Professor Kenneth Eze. And how in our midst our former provost, our former dean. In ups and downs, they continue to get young as the age advances. Prof. Gerald Okananjo Itigwe. And I have my boss on this stage at the rear, Dr. Jidofo Okechukwu, the sub-dean of the Faculty of Medicine. And we have a consultant otorhinolaryngologist, Professor E.A.E. Afiadigwe. Ladies and gentlemen, former provost of the David Umahi College of Medicine, Professor Akujobi. The head of surgery, our own Professor D.C.D. Emedako, a great achiever. And we have him by his side, Dr. Femi of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Ladies and gentlemen, foremost cardiologist, Professor Emmanuel Onwubuonye is in our midst. And we have a distinguished scholar in the field of pediatrics, Professor J.C. Ele, former HOD. We also have a distinguished gastroenterologist, Professor Uche Okonkwo. And we have the leader of MBCAN. Whenever he is activated, he becomes the leader of MBCOM, Dr. Victor Modekwe. MBCOM is the active form of MBCAN, and that is what he leads. By his side is the former head of the Department of Ophthalmologist, Dr. Opala Nonso. And I have in our midst sub-dean of the Faculty of Basic Clinical Sciences, Dr. Ushie Mpe. And we have the members stabilizers of the SHFOs, Mrs. Ezejofo. We have in our midst the head of the Department of Community Medicine, Dr. Nkiru Ezama. I have in our midst Dr. Shelley Chukura, consultant in the field of gastroenterology. I have in our midst the consultant ophthalmologist, Dr. Uzezie Chukwu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst one of the consultants that should ideally be at the back of Professor J.K.C. Emeju. But where he's sitting, we're still going to take it from there. Dr. Nkwere SPU, consultant in the field of neurosurgery. And our mom is here. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we recognize the presence of Professor John Ebenebe. Distinguished colleagues, we have in our midst a foremost ophthalmologist, one of our mothers in that field, Professor Apakama. We also have in our midst one of the consultants in the field of anesthesia, Dr. Obiadulu Okafu. Consultant in the field of forensic anatomy, histopathology, Dr. F.E. Menkiti. Ladies and gentlemen, while this presentation was going on, the CMAC of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, who is representing the Chief Medical Director of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, Professor Joseph Odrichukwu, is represented here today by the Chairman Medical Advisory Committee of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, Opolo Okaria, Professor Oko Ezejofo. A round of applause as he walks up to the high table to represent the CFA of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, and of course, we recognize his presence. He came in with one of his DC marks, Dr. Chinegu Anyoko. We also have another DC mark here. My own bosom friend, a consultant surgeon, very close to virtually all the consultants here because of how he does his work, Dr. Odili Okoye. Distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, my own boss is here, Professor T.U. Mberi, one of the fastest fingers in the field of endourology. shall we in a special way recognize the presence of Professor Nkiru Kizo Akariwe, the chairman of the Faculty of Ophthalmology, West African College of Surgeons. A round of applause is right there with us, and you know what that means for the chairman of the faculty to be here at the day Professor Ndulue Nwosu is giving his valedictory lecture. We also have in our midst the chairman of the Faculty of Ophthalmology, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, Professor Charles Beki Belle. Distinguished scholars, we have other ophthalmologists in our midst. We have in our midst Professor Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. We also have in our midst Dr. Chinwe Umezurike. We also have in our midst Dr. Nkiru Okolaku. We also have in our midst Dr. Chilma Edoga. We also have in our midst Reverend Sister Dr. Chinonye Obajaka. We also have in our midst Dr. Sister Obaka. I will conclude the introduction as the chance permits, but ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst the president of the Faculty of Surgery, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, our former provost, Professor A.M.E. Nwosu. I will quickly hand over the mic to the chairman of today's occasion for the presentation of cola notes.
Hello. Good morning in the afternoon. My Vice Chancellor, Provost, former Provost, Dean, former Deans, Professors, especially Emeritus Professor J.I.B. Adema, my namesake, who belong to the Ifeanyi clique. Thank you, I found it. I do not take this honor for granted. Being asked to chair an occasion where such ex-heads are gathered. I feel very, very honored because this is my primary constituency. I can hardly recognize anything here anymore because it is said that as we grow older, life and the world around us grow younger. I have seen that most of the boys I used to know are now men, and most of the girls we used to look at are now women. Therefore, we are progress. Most of the lecturers have now become professors. Even this auditorium has changed. I can't even recognize the sitting arrangements anymore. I thank God that I've been found worthy to replace people like Jose Defense on sharing occasions here, people like Bono, Professor Emeritus, It shows me that I'm gradually climbing up or is it going down, whichever it is. Whatever it is, thanks be to God. You are all welcome. The day is fast spent and we have a lot of things we want to do today. In honor of our good friend, I can't describe Ntuko SNN more than other people have described him. I think we will hear more about him from Edi Wogodo. We shouldn't waste time. Let's kick start with our chrononauts. MC, are you around? Let's start with Charity beginning at home. Give me my own. Thank you. Can you give the VC now? Give the VC only. Being represented by Ogowaga. If the provost, it has. When they work the review. Once you get there, almost all come out here. Okay, you know we go see to a bomb. Okay, what do we know here? No, I didn't show you last year. The one that they will from there. Thank you. We are gradually leading Sabastian into the fold of spiritual elders.
We are the one.
I think there are so many elders here already. May they be represented by MC, Prof. MC Nwosu, is he around? Think we're watching here. Now from the elders goes Sabastian Nwosu when I retire. JC, I know you're there, but don't worry. Our own emeritus professor of Kwashi, evening, we will see you people. We will go see the Navy. All the guys are going around. How more know whichever you can win it. And I was here in some of the soil, we put around the ecology. The very normal.
With the permission of the chairman, according to the ladies and gentlemen, with the permission of the chairman and the guide from the Valedictory, I will recognize in a special way
the presence of the former president of the Improvement Union and our own Colonel A.A. Okonna and his beautiful wife, Mrs. Okonna. It's a pleasure to have you in our midst. We also have the former executive chairman of Nnewi South Local Government, Prince Richard Okechukwu. We also have Prof's younger brother in our midst, Sir Peter Nwosu. We also have in our midst MBCAN chairman of ESUT, Akle, Dr. Nkiru Okolago. We also have in our midst the consultant ophthalmologist and secretary Southeast Ophthalmologist Forum, Dr. Obinna Shimobi. We also have in our midst consultant ophthalmologist, head of ophthalmology, Alex Ekweme, Federal University of Health Sciences, Abakaliki, Dr. Edak Ezanosike.
And our own teacher and mentor, when I passed him, I couldn't recognize him because he has grown so much younger. That was why I jumped him sincerely. Professor M.C. Nwosu is in our midst. And we have another consultant ophthalmologist from Amman, Dr. Tonia Udaja. Distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, I will hand over the mic to our chairman for his opening remarks. So we have to take the welcome address by the head of ophthalmology, our own Dr. Onwebu.
Vice Chancellor, Mandate School University, Professor Joe Ntuko, the Chairman of this occasion, Professor Pierre L. Sika, the CMU of NAIS, represented by CMAT Professor Ezekiel, the Professor V.I. Onyoro, a council member of Mandate School University, Professor Vincent, our provost and executive professor, our dean, Professor Ladis Ahadi, and our chief celebrant, Professor S.N. Nwosu, Emeritus Professor J.I.D. Adigman, distinguished professors, our teachers, our mentors, our invited guests, Professor Nkiru Akariwe, Chairman of Faculty of Ophthalmology, West African College of Surgeons, and Chairman of Southeast Ophthalmology Forum, all our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege for me to stand before us this morning on this epoch-making event of the Valedictory Lecture Stroke Book Launch of one of the greatest teachers in ophthalmology in Nigeria, a foremost professor of ophthalmology, an erudite scholar, a great mentor, in the person of Professor S.N. Nwosu. I was privileged to be taught by him from my undergraduate days, and I had the privilege also to be tutored by him in my residency training. The man we are celebrating today, the man for whom we are here today, has supervised over 50 dissertations. A round of applause for him. He is not only known locally, but is also known internationally. He pioneered the work in this country, and the work was the first published article on the eye manifestations of HIV/AIDS in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. So today, I welcome every one of us, and like always, his lectures are always very in-depth. And I promise you that we are not going to leave here disappointed. I welcome every one of us, and I pray that as we go back, the Lord will guide every one of us to be back home in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much, Head Department of Ophthalmology, Dr. Onwebuna. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, at this point I will invite our own Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Ndulue Ntuko, for her address. The address by the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Ndulue Ntuko. Thank you. Our deal will be back in mind from now. From my grant the permission of the chairman to invite our own provost, Professor Jude Chinedu Eleju, for his address.
Mr. Chairman, my Vice Chancellor, sir, Council member, my CFD, represented by the SEMA, Dean of Medicine, Deputy Provost, our Valedictory lecturer, Professor Ndulue, past provost here, heads of departments, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome our colleagues from all parts of Nigeria who are here. It's so remarkable seeing people from UCH, my alma mater, and it brings back beautiful memories in an institution where efficiency takes the place of favoritism, uprightness takes the place of emotions, and where activities are done to the greater interest of everyone and for all eternity. It's a huge difference from what some of us met later, but we believe that counting on the efforts of men like the Valedictory, we may get there someday. It is a great pleasure to see one of our own, a former HOD, multiple times, Dean of Medicine, getting to the point of retirement and still very active. I think the thoughts that is wielded by Professor Sabastian Ndulue Ntuko can only rightly be imagined if you step into the internet, the virtual space, typing his name or ask for comments. He has been a teacher to all of us. I remember when I came in along with Professor Nyora, how we encountered him about dressing formally and his comments. I have to, after the group, let me welcome formally the arrival of Professor Martin Sarah, the one and only. Let's appreciate you. You're welcome. Past this all over Nigeria and all over our teaching hospitals. You're welcome, sir. We thank God for joining us. And he's a very great son of this town, May too. I hope all of us know. And the village. And this and the village. So you missed breaking the cola nut by research. I didn't do it. Yes, sir. You're one of your younger brothers, did it. The head of the department of ophthalmology. So when you see your friends, your teachers, or your nochi or Owodo, like this, retiring with pomp and pageantry, with attendance from all parts of this country, it gives you hope and joy that there are really greater things beyond business. Somebody remarked on Professor Nwosu, looking much younger than we mistook him for an average resident or medical student. And then Professor J.C. or Akwetu here. So there is hope, and there's a big light at the end of the tunnel. Our prayer is that God will grant Professor Ndulue Nwosu good health, presence of mind, magnanimity of purpose, to keep fathering, shepherding,
guarding and guiding his proteges. You know, because what he did here is immeasurable. I know there are departments of specialties that were inaugurated at the same time as ophthalmology. Some of them are still staying in 2 rooms inside this teaching hospital. But Professor Ndulue Ntuko was able to grow ophthalmology into an institute on its own and has become a major branch of our teaching hospital. On that note, sir, on behalf of the College of Health Sciences and Technology, our own college, we wish you a happy time in retirement, and we hope there are still greater things to come your way, way beyond what you can predict or envision, because the opportunities before you are limited, they cannot be limited. They are limitless and they are infinite. So may God guide you in retirement, may God continue in retirement, and do remember that this is your college and this is your faculty. We still need more things, and we hope that voices such as yours will realize them both locally, nationally, and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor JKC for the Provost's address. I quickly hand over the mic to the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine.
Very much. My vice chancellor, the chairman, my teacher, the CMD, the presenter, the council member, Prof, sir, you're welcome, the Valedictory, and my teachers, colleagues, and friends, just to, and Professor Eddie, my teacher, is just there to save time. Like I said in the morning, it gives me a kind of nostalgic feeling to see our teachers, the pioneer teachers of this medical school, as they retire one by one, being one of the first few sets of the medical school. It's a thing of joy to see that they are retiring healthy and strong. And I can bet you, that's what I tell some of our younger kids and some of our colleagues too, that the kind of dedication we saw as medical students when these ones that are gradually retiring now were here. That kind of dedication makes me as a person to keep feeling that I need to do more. These ones were the ones that started here when this place meant nothing. I remember many of us, the first 3 sets, went for our postings at 2010, and we struggled to make this place survive. Everybody, students and staff alike, were working hard to make this place survive. Someone like Professor Nwosu, I can't forget, you taught me how to be serious and strict with things. Yourself and late Dr. Nwosu M.M. God bless her soul. Herself and you, Prof, you may not know, taught me to be serious with everything about patients. I remember then, early in the morning, just like was said when they were introducing you, after surgery, 5:36 a.m. to your greatest champion, Professor Nwosu, was there to treat patients. And we tell you, there is nothing like sudden death. But every death will be one subtle sign or the other. I don't want to waste so much time, but Prof, you have been a mentor, you have inspired many of us. The legacy you've left, by the grace of God, we'll keep doing our best to keep it going. It's, retirement has to come one day, but even in retirement, may God keep you strong. May God continue to be and guide you. May your offsprings, both biological and professional, never forget you. May you remain blessed. In Jesus' name.
Thank you so much, our Dean. May I invite the Chief Medical Director of Ndule's University, Professor J.O.
Ably represented by the CMAC, Professor Ntuko Nwosu for the CMD's remarks.
Thank you very much, PMC. Chairman of the Official Commander, the Vice Chancellor, the Provost of the College of Health Sciences, the Passion Member President here, the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, the Valedictorian today, Professor Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu, the teacher and mentor, and distinguished professors, and the senior college and the college faculty of medicine of the university members, the university of Toronto, and the graduates. I want to, on behalf of the chief medical director, who is already absent about 2 days ago, saying we had very glad to be on this very important event. Somehow yesterday, to call. We had to actually travel out of the environment. So the question around it, we had to get it outside. Because it was planned to be here, this event today is a very important one. The Valedictorian today is someone who has contributed immensely to the growth of Namibia University teaching hospital. He's a pioneer ophthalmologist. He pioneered that very important department, and that department is actually an exemplary department in light today because of his dedication to duty, because of his discipline, and because of his mentorship. He's someone who has over the years mentored a multitude of ophthalmologists. I'm sure the accounts today, I don't want to be specific in quoting, but I'm sure he's trained probably close to 50 ophthalmologists here and then beyond here. Where he has supervised about 50 dissertations, he's trained as much as that number, and that is very significant in contribution. He's contributed here not only here locally in Ayuth, he's also contributed, he's put the name of his institution in the map really. Because of his discipline, because of his mentorship, and because of his high dedication and sense of duty. So it is really a privilege, to be here, standing on behalf of the city, for someone like Professor Ndulue Nwosu. He's someone who we revere, he's someone who we respect greatly. Someone who would not take for granted what is done. But the beauty of retiring and having given so much to the institution, having mentored so much, is that he has dedicated himself in that particular department and then the institution really, and that is a great feat, for him and then for the institution. I won't be long, but I want to really on behalf of the assembly. We wish you very well, sir. Good health and your retirement. Enjoy your retirement, sir. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, we thank you, especially our CMD represented by the Silman, Professor Ntuko Nwosu, for that brief remarks. Thank you so much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chancellor of the moment, our own acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Joseph Ikeje, will be giving his remarks to this all-important assembly. Prof, it's a pleasure, sir.
Thank you so much, the MC of this occasion, who has played the role of MC more than that of MC, and it's wonderful that he's been able to recognize everybody by name and portfolio. So thank you, Dr. Ubiesi. What are the other titles that he has acquired? Abacha and other things. We appreciate you. And the chairman has added Nukin Naya. That's a good one. The chairman of the occasion, OPI Sukafo, the provost of the college, JKC Emejo, the CMD, Professor Joseph Uboadebi, represented here today by Professor Ejiofor, the Dean of Medicine, and my own council member. Before I am asked to drop this microphone, Professor Onyora, the lecturer for today, our own about to retire or retiree and every other thing, Professor SNN Nwosu, my own mentor, the first mentor I had. You know, if you read my little citation, I will always say that I would have been a cardiothoracic surgeon. I was inspired by this cardiothoracic surgeon. When, as a medical student, we saw the heart open and close, all of us will see, we get into this chest and we get there and open it. Professor Martin Ayaji, Emeritus Professor. My distinguished professors, I cannot name everybody here now because they are distinguished, and particularly Emeritus, the latest Emeritus Professor, Emeritus Professor J.I.B. Adema. He happens to also be my mentor. Then let me recognize my own classmate, who is an ophthalmologist, or he's here all the way from Enugu, so I have to recognize him for that, Professor Onochie. And one other ophthalmologist that came all the way from Abuja. I will not recognize him, but let me recognize him because I've seen him sitting somewhere at the back, Professor Joseph Ntuko. And I pray apostle. Let me say, and all the staff and few students, I don't know why we didn't get the students to be here, so I can only see few students who are here to listen to our erudite professor. Let me say thank you for being here today, particularly for our own Professor SNN Nwosu. Let me say that I will just make 3 points about him that is very striking to me. First is that he's a good example to us as academics. From the point he became professor, he did not step down his momentum. He continued and continued to do the work. And you could see that if you look at his publications and his academic output since he became professor, we found that he had even done more as a professor than even before he became a professor, which is very important because that's why we have to continue to profess. And so it's a good example to us and it's something we learn from him. It's also important to note that he also loved the medical profession. He had been the secretary of MDCAN, chairman of MDCAN. I was privileged to work with him. I was his secretary when he was chairman of MDCAN Nairobi chapter here. And so he defended the cause of the medical profession, and it's something again to say this is good, and we thank you for all the contributions you have made to the growth of our profession. Again, we have to say that we had his inaugural lecture. If you remember when we had his inaugural lecture, what is that title again? Behind sight beyond eyesight. You know, that was his inaugural lecture. And I remember I quoted it in my own inaugural lecture. I now say to look at the women endoscopically is beyond the normal sight. And so from his inaugural lecture to now he's giving his valedictory lecture, his output academically had not diminished. Rather, he has done more. Even at his valedictory, he is now presenting a book to us, which is a chronicle of the knowledge he has acquired over time. And this is what it is for an academic when an academic is bowing out. That you bow out with information and with wealth of knowledge that you are giving back to the people you have trained and you have built all along as you move on the way. So we thank you for all these contributions to the development of knowledge. Again, when it became imperative that we must do PhD, and everybody was just wondering what would happen and every other thing. He did not shrink from that challenge, but he also, with all the staff in ophthalmology, organized themselves together and were able to mount a program in ophthalmology that today ophthalmology has a postgraduate program, masters and PhD, courtesy of you. And of course, our university is one of the leading lights in ophthalmology because of its presence. And now we are bringing all the ophthalmologists from everywhere to come and do PhD in this environment. So these are all landmarks, and these are events he has done. So the university appreciates you so well for being a light bearer for the unizik, and also making sure that this program in ophthalmology is established and is running very well. As you hand over the baton now, I believe your subjects or your proteges in ophthalmology will make sure that they sustain the program and everything. And the university will miss you in retirement, but there are other things you will do, and the university will welcome you to really continue to contribute to academics and the development of ophthalmology in Nnamdi Azikiwe University and beyond. And that note, I will challenge each and every one of us to emulate this pathway, that on the day of your retirement, you have something great that will be given back to the institution and to society. And on that note, I will say, God strengthen you, uphold you, and even provide more opportunities for you to impart knowledge and all He has given to you to the next generation. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, our own acting Vice Chancellor, Akachine Emile Nabadan. Please, another round of applause. Thank you so much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, my plea with you to quickly recognize the presence of the people that have actually allowed Prof to come to work by 7 a.m. and leave by 6 p.m. It's only people that have this type of family that can actually do that sincerely. In our midst is no other person than the strong lady behind all the strides of Prof. Shall we recognize the presence of Mrs. Victoria Nwosu? And is here with Prof sons. May we recognize the presence of Dr. and Mrs. Nwosu Tozie, consultant endocrinologist, nephrologist. And of course, Dr. Jidofo Nwosu is also in our midst. It's a pleasure to have you in our midst. May I quickly recognize the presence of Pharmacist Liu Mada from Pharma HOD of Pharmacy Unit, Guinness Eye Center. And he's sitting very close to that consultant ophthalmologist. We don't see much by their height and size. Their vector quantities with magnitude and direction. Apostle Joe is the former man of FLC governor, consultant ophthalmology, flew all the way from Abuja to be part and parcel of this great event. Apostle Joe, it's a pleasure to have you in our midst. Thank you so much. You can see that all CMATs are very tall and giant. We also have our own here. Thank you so much for all you do. Ladies and gentlemen, with the kind permission of the chairman, it is time to introduce the author. He has been introduced severally, but someone is here today to do that perfect introduction. He's a master physiologist, former chairman of the board of PACLE, is our own distinguished scholar in the field of physiology, our father and mentor. What I must say here today is that he's the man that actually asked me to come to the stage one day. I remember the day Professor Ndulue came here to give us a lecture at Medical Students Research Group under Professor J.I.B. Adema. Most of the students were here, the MC was not around. Professor Edimo would ask me to come to the stage, and Prof, I have not left the stage since then. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we invite the only physiologist, Professor Ed Okechukwu, to come and introduce this author to us. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you in our midst. We deeply appreciate all you continue to do for humanity. Thank you so much, Prof.
Welcome, sir.
This guy knows the considerate.
Okay, thank you.
Let
me stand on the protocol that's been duly and completely comprehensively established. Let me recognize the chairman and my vice chancellor and provost so that I can secure my job. I had a 40-page CV to reduce to a resume, 2-3-page resume, so that you read at like citations at moments like this. So I struggled. There was nothing in this well-scripted CV that was droppable. And therefore I had to resort to the twilight tumbum, if you understand, to decide on what eventually found its way in this my 3-pager. I have therefore, at the end of the day, titled it A Snapshot of Footage of Inspiring Energies, citation of SNN. Let me start by reminding you that on March 1955, the baby was born at Obo. His parents named him Sabastian Ndulue Ntuko, what we call SNN here. In 1960, young Sabastian started his long and unending academic and professional journey at the St. Mary Central School Obo and later the Holy Trinity School in Port Harcourt. In 1970, he commenced his secondary school journey at the famous Dixon College of Ozobolo. And in 1974, he graduated with grade 1 distinction. There is a difference between grade 1 distinction and grade 1. If you know, you know. By the next academic year, he secured that rare admission spot of the one and only University of Ibadan for the much sought after medicine, where he earned the Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery in 1981. After his house job NYC and sundry, SNN resumed his relentless academic pursuits by starting the postgraduate studies with the National Postgraduate Medical College in 1985, becoming a full fellow in ophthalmology 4 years later. The new adventurous consultant ophthalmologist, apparently unsatiated, embarked on many other academic and professional developments, via institutionalized certificated trainings, and degrees and diplomas along the way. I will summarize and just list a couple of them. He got the diploma in vitro retinal surgery of the University of Melbourne in 1997 and a diploma of ophthalmology of the Royal Australasian College of Surgeons 1997, obtained a certificate in epidemiology in 2020, and crowned all of this with a Doctor of Medicine and degree of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in 2021. Recall, ladies and gentlemen, that this journey of studying and getting graded started in 1960. The journey was remarkable, evidenced by honors and awards. Let's do a quick and random pick. Some awards and honors. He had the Federal Government of Nigeria Scholarship for undergraduate medical education, obtained the Royal Australasian College of Surgeons for a mixed scholarship for advanced training in vitro retinal surgery, and he's received the Novartis Pharmaceutical research grant for a study aimed at training the teacher to detect eye diseases in school children. He obtained the Merit Award of the Improvement Union Lagos branch for his activities regarding prevention of blindness in Okwa Town and Anambra State in general. Speak of prophets with honor at home. He received the Distinguished Fellow Award of the Faculty of Ophthalmology of the National Postgraduate Medical College in 2008
obtained the Vocational Service Award of the Rotary Club of Onitsha, is been honored by the Pope by admittance to the order of the Knight of St. John International Basilica of the Most Holy Trinity Onitsha. The Sabastian Center for Ophthalmic Research and Education, SCORE for short, was named after him. He was there and here, as they say, not as cockatrices, but as a conqueror. Our lecturer's journey of service started quite early, way back, and let me attempt to catalog just a few due to the challenge of time and constraints of your convenience and that of mine. Assistant college, he was appointed final year class prefect. I still wonder why I was never a prefect in secondary school. At UCH, he was elected the Secretary General of the Association of Resident Doctors. He was, of course, at various times registrar, senior registrar of the ophthalmology at the University College Hospital in Ibadan. But by 1990, and still dashing, I call dashing because you understand how he moves. His speed is heavy. He needs you to really up your pace to keep pace with him. By 1990, the then dashing and still dashing SNN was appointed a lecturer one in ophthalmology by the College of Health Sciences of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, with concurrent appointment of course as consultant ophthalmologist of the teaching hospital. By 1992, that's 2 years down the line, he was elevated to the rank of senior lecturer in ophthalmology. Between 1991 and 1996, he was challenged to become the head of the Guinness Eye Hospital Onitsha, and he was to head the place at several other times. Cumulatively speaking, he's headed that center longer than anyone else. As pioneer head, he initiated the moves and defended the proposal that eventually culminated in the creation of a full autonomous department of ophthalmology. Hitherto, ophthalmology was subsumed in surgery and was not even recognized as a unit in that department there. He was also the consultant ophthalmologist in charge of the diabetic eye clinic. In 1998, he was elected the sub-dean, clinical, Faculty of Medicine. That was when Faculty of Medicine was the big Faculty of Medicine. He did the double jump, that was rare, and became a full professor of ophthalmology in 1999. Mr. Chairman, we reserve a term for the first. Don't we call them the doyen? I can therefore safely begin to refer to him as doyen of ophthalmology education and practice in this university and the teaching hospital. And in 2005, he was unanimously elected Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, a period I refer to as the golden period. Professor Nwosu, among your many outstanding achievements you secured full accreditation of the Faculty of Medicine of both the Medical and Dental Council and that of the NUC by ensuring that lectures and exams are taken as and when due. You restored the academic calendar for the MBBS program, ensuring that students graduated within the stipulated 6 years. You advanced the frontiers of learning by procurement of computers, imaging facilities that raised the bar. Is Professor Onyora is here. You restored the faculty lecture series. You prioritized staff welfare and facilitated the recruitment of more than 45 academic and non-academic staff, as well as facilitated the most promotions of staff to professors, readers, and senior lecturers ever. As Dean, you facilitated and funded a 3-day residential medical education workshop at the White Castle Hotel in Nehim. I must pause right now, Mr. Chairman. I have a fleeting opportunity to posit a procrastinated plan to say thank you to SNN. I need just 10 seconds. It was 2006. I was having fun. I was in Owerri, facilitating a beautiful workshop, and then a phone call came through. I was a senior lecturer, waiting to have some strands of gray hair to now apply into the senior, the advanced, the professorial cadre. And then a phone call came through, and it was my dean. And to quote him, from your appraiser. And I was like, but appraiser for what? I'm not ready for any promotion. That was what I said to myself. But he said, he threw in that gentle, tiny little threat, because he's one who can tell you go to hell and you really look forward to going to hell. And he said, actually, I'm here for your appraiser. Otherwise, I am posting your annual increment. Well, I was already senior lecturer back. So I did, but because of the respect I had for my dean, I quickly ran over. It was a 1-hour drive from Owerri to Ogofia. And I brought my reprints, the reprints I had, and I brought to his office. Sir, you put the list of references in that tidy order that they have remained today. I only update. You photocopied all my reprints and send them out. Fast forward for this short. So my story of being a professor started and ended with you. I became a professor that same year, 4 months ago. So thank you, sir. I never had the opportunity. Now publicly saying thank you. You facilitated the establishment of the Vision Eye Center of Bob. That was one of the many services, community services you offered, and indeed forging town and gown partnerships between the university, local governments, and of course the state. In 2021, you were appointed the director of the Center for Eye Health Research and Training of this university. Of course, you have worked laboriously to ensure the establishment of this place, and it is on record as the VC actually noted that you literally designed both the MSc and the PhD programs for which people are already graduating. Mr. Chairman, the passing on of the ophthalmoscope has indeed been ongoing for over 35 years. Our lecturer has been involved in the professional development of his juniorate colleagues since 1990 through full residency training or dissertation supervision, culminating in the award of fellowships in ophthalmology of both the West African and national colleges. In particular, Mr. Chairman, he has produced, and it's arguable, where people say 50, some say more, current fellows, some of them graduating as award winners, 2 diplomates in ophthalmology, 3 MSc graduates of ophthalmology, and ongoing masters and PhD publications. We do know that he has published extensively. As of today, I'm counting. I may have missed a few, but just too many to count. I forgot to do the 3-part knowledge search, which I should have done. But by my last count, there were 122 articles in national, international, peer-reviewed, abstracted, index journals. He has 12 books. I didn't count this one. Book chapters and monographs. Many technical reports, including of the Army Presidency Training Curriculum and handbooks for both the West African and the national colleges. He has also the report of a critical assessment of medical services in Enugu State, which was authored in 2007, sponsored by the UKAID, or Department for International Development. I didn't tell you, but I was invited by the head office of the DFID in Abuja, a filming business class. They said, who is this man that wrote this report? I say his name. They say, go get him. Well, I flew also from Abuja to Name, and I met you in the office. I have come to recruit you for DFID. And when you started telling me the plans you had, I went back to Nyota and I lied to them and said the man is not available. You have delivered over 100 invited lectures and conference papers across all 6 continents. Who has forgotten the magnum opus of inaugural lecture? We still remember, and it's still on, Mr. Chairman, being the principal investigator of 6 ongoing studies, and I could name them. Leadership and connections, starting from your association with your parents' body, the Nigerian Medical Association. I deliberately picked that, Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria, Vitro-Retinal Society of Nigeria, Medical and Dental Consultants of Nigeria, New York Academy of Sciences, Faculty of Ophthalmology, both national and West Africa, International College of Surgeons, American Academy of Ophthalmology, Middle East African Council of Ophthalmology, Middle East African Vitro-Retinal Society, Afro-Asian Council of Ophthalmology, etc., etc., etc. You've made some contributions to not just society at various times or currently. For instance, it's been said, and you were the secretary of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria here. You're a member of the Medical Advisory Committee. You're a member of Committee for Prevention of Blindness. You're a coordinator, and you're coordinator for Eastern States Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria. You're secretary of the Faculty of Ophthalmology of the National College, chairman of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria and the Ezekiel University, chairman of Faculty of Ophthalmology, National Postgraduate Medical College, member management board of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Hospital 2003 to 2007, member board of the Anambra State University Teaching Hospital Amako 2011-2015. Member Governing Board, National Postgraduate Medical College, member Leadership Advisory Group, Chairman Vitro-Retinal Society of Nigeria, President of Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria 2013 to 2017. At various times, he was editorial board member or review of dozens of national, international journals. For instance, the Nigerian Journal of Ophthalmology, the Nigerian Journal of Clinical Practice, the Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College Journal, etc., etc., etc. You're leader of the national, you were the team leader of the National and West African Postgraduate Medical Colleges accreditation teams to about 30 different training centers. You were the chief examiner, Faculty of Ophthalmology of the Postgraduate College between 2002 and 6. The chairman, Continuing Medical Education, Faculty of Ophthalmology, the chairman of the OSCE Committee for both colleges, and member of the Curriculum Harmonization Committee under the aegis of the West African Health Union of West African Health Organization. You want to put paper on this place? Okay, no, don't. Today is day. Just give me another 3 minutes, I'll be done. and to our university. He has chaired or served on key committees at college and university levels, including curriculum, timetable, Senate research grants, arbitration, staff disciplinary panels, postgraduate training committees, etc. He has also attracted so many research grants to our university that if the general coffers field. Family. Sir, you are the prototypical family man who is manifestly happily married and blessed with brilliant and lovely children, just as you are energetically and enthusiastically committed to family. We note that you were also, or you are indeed energetically and enthusiastically committed to your work and profession. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, my Vice Chancellor, as Charles Kingsley aptly noted, we act as though comfort and luxury were the chief requirements of life, when all we need to make us really happy is something to be enthusiastic about. Yes, indeed, he was enthusiastic about not just family, but also his work. Ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully invite you to meet an icon of our university and college. Meet a rare golden role model. Meet the man who saw and conquered enthusiastically. Meet an eagle in retreat. In retreats to renew and to return. Meet an administrator per excellence. Meet that quintessential teacher. Meet the wholesome surgeon. See a poet and celebrated essayist. That is a leader and motivator. He is integrity and capacity personified. He is the man with anticidental or thermoscope. Meet the Doyen. Meet a man who is comfortable in international, national, and local spaces. Meet a fellow honored by his peers, a prophet with honor at home. Meet a fellow of the National College of Surgeons. Meet a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons. Meet a fellow of the International College of Surgeons. Meet a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Medicine. I present and please welcome Sir Prof. Sabastian Ndulue. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause. A round of applause. Professor SLN is here. Prof, the mic is over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we start, please, as the chairman, I want to declare that I have a dream. I have a dream. Those who are present during the valedictory lecture for Professor Ndulue, I prophesied on that day that one of us here will one day become the Vice Chancellor of unizik. Did it happen? Yeah. Today again, I prophesy that in Sabastian Ndulue we have a future and first emeritus professor of ophthalmic surgery. I will see. I hope you help me.
Mr. Chairman, sir, Professor PIS Okafor, Papa Ndulue Ntuko.
And in doing so, you may need to offer some advice that may be helpful for the sustenance of the institution. Mark Antony, in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, claimed to have come to bury Caesar and not praise him, but surprisingly incited the Roman mob to riot. In this oration, I assure you nobody is going to be provoked to riot. Secondly, I am one of the last of the pioneer lecturers to retire from this university. And having watched events as both participant observer from close quarters for 35 years, like Luke the evangelist and physician, it is my duty to chronicle for posterity events that developed during my stewardship. Well, these things didn't develop alone. Of course, Stanley Anyanwu I've been mentioning are here, MC Nwosu, who actually submitted my application to this university from UCH. MC, I salute you. If he's still here, where is he? So they are here and they are all part of the story. So I will only restrict myself to events that happened with regard to this university and hospital, and leave others. When we get to ophthalmological forum, we talk about that. So this is my picture when I came to take job at Okafia. What is now the unfortunately born physiology department. That was where the provost office was then. When I accepted the job, the only tool that was available, and is still the important tool, is the ophthalmoscope. The picture here shows both the direct and the indirect ophthalmoscope. And the people practicing it, direct ophthalmoscopy and indirect. And this is the view of the retina. This is what Professor J.C. Orakwe will always say, that we are engaged in ophthalmology in the adventures of peeping Tom. J.C., she is not peeping, she is looking into the eye. So it is this magnificent instrument that I'm here to pass on to the younger generation. Well, in the early days, this place was not ready for clinical services, and students hadn't finished the preclinical courses. And so there were other non-clinical duties that faced the pioneer lecturers. And this was delegated to them by the provost, Professor Ezilo. It will actually require another treatise to completely describe, although Professor J.C. Orakwe broached it in his valedictory lecture 2020. But briefly, the pioneer lecturers were required to go about scouting for technicians and artisans to be able to refurbish dilapidated infrastructure. In doing so, they had to transport bales and trolleys from anywhere they could get one to the hospital. And they did this thing gratis. I can't remember any of them who pressed for a refund of charges. And if you remember then, that there were limited municipal services in Nnewi, and this hospital or college had neither ambulance nor utility vehicles. You can appreciate. Secondly, when the clinical student came over, there was no pathology lecture. And when weeks turned into months, the student rioted, casting aspersion on Professor Ezilo, who called an emergency meeting of the pioneer lecturers. And magnanimously, these pioneer lecturers took up the challenge and taught aspects of pathology relevant to their specialty. For all these sacrifices, which shall so far remain unsung, we owe a debt of gratitude to Dr. Cosmas Nwosu. They had never been professors then. Jideofor Orakwe, Okechukwu Ikpeze, Thomas Olas, Prince Ele, Robinson Ofele, Michael Obi, Stanley Anyanwu, Sabastian Ndulue, and Clement Ezechukwu, and others. They saved the hospital, the boarding institution, from a major crisis. And we salute all of you, especially those who are here.
When clinical started, the first clinical posting schedule that came out of the provost office was chaotic. We couldn't make head or tail out of it. For instance, they say medicine and surgery 2 weeks. Then you go and do pathology, pharmacology 2 weeks. Then the Association of Hospital Consultants complained. And Ezile threw it back at us to design a curriculum that could be acceptable. I was the secretary, and I was mandated to do so. Having come from UI, I took the University of Ibadan curriculum, and with it we modeled what up to today is the template for our clinical postings. So for those of you who are students here, know that you are the grandchildren of University of Ibadan Medical School. The Association of Hospital Consultants. Well, this was started in this hospital before the inauguration of MD Khan at the national level. And it was the most powerful instrument for collective bargaining. And it protected the interest of members. When we commenced duty here, the salary entry points were arbitrary. None of us earned the same thing, but collectively, none of us earned as much as, say, in UNTH or in Shagamu Teaching Hospital, which was a state hospital. And so we complained to the provost under the aegis of Association of Hospital Consultants. The provost told us to bring evidence, and we promptly submitted two, and he granted our request. We thank Professor Zilo for that. So this is where he gave a note, instruction to amend our salary entry points to get the new enhanced one. And he copied all of us. Again, we were called consultants, but we never received any letter. After about 6 months, I said no. We have to go back to him. And again, he gave us letters. Otherwise, you could be thrown out and be said to be fake, indeed. So, at MDCAN national level, our people have actually been playing positive roles. The positions of national president was one held by Stanley Anyanwu, national secretary by Jido Forakwe, and PRO by Stanley Honor. So they've done well in contributing to the organization being strong. But perhaps the most recent achievement was under the leadership of the sagacious Victor Modekwe. When we successfully stopped the University Council from destroying a magnificent university by preventing medical doctors from aspiring to the post of Vice Chancellor, we engaged in an extensive diplomacy, not leaving any stone unturned. And the people who were more prominent, including those who retired, include Professor Bertrand Nwosu, Sabastian Ndulue, Alexander Nwofo, Ebele Ugochukwu, the Amazon, then Timothy Mberi, Thomas Olas, John Chukwuka, who actually went to court, and of course, the chairman of this event, Professor P.I.S. Prof, and others. Professor Afiabi, as the president of the unizik medical alumni, committed funds and time. They need our appreciation. On 16th October 2024, medical professors led by Obi Nwosu overwhelmed the University Senate with superior argument. And that was the turning point, because the Senate now abandoned the main reason for coming for the meeting to elect member of the search team for the Vice Chancellor. They aligned with the doctors. And the heroes of the day were the medical professors. The pictures are here, including their placards in the Senate room, and then their picture outside. So it wasn't a small matter. So the medical professor, then the most vocal voice outside medicine was Professor A.U. Noyelu of the Department of Sociology. And of course, our representative in council, Victor Onyora, and the acting vice chancellor, an old girl of my school, Carol Umobi, who actually granted the medical professors the opportunity to air their grievances. On November 21, the cookies crumbled for the conspirators as federal government sacked the infamous council. And the heroes were President Ahmed Tinubu, Education Minister Tunji Alausa, let me say he is a nephrologist, so it's not just ordinary. Sani Gwazo, public health physician, FWACP, and of course, MDCAN National President, Professor Muhammad. But I will caution that we only won the battle, we have not won the war. So we should be ready for more battles. But there are vital lessons to be learned. The importance of collective bargaining that comes from having a strong union. It is also equally important to aspire to hold high office in the civil service, as it is in pursuing a professorship in a Nigerian university. And that alumni association has diverse power and influence. And that MDCAN can influence things both within and outside the hospital. Well, let me at this juncture there to decide where MDCAN, working in association with other unions, can help save university education. Some powerful foreign institutions are persuading vice chancellors that in Nigeria, university education should be regarded as commodity to be sold to the highest bidder. In an inaugural lecture at the University of Ibadan last year, Professor Ayodeji Omole lamented that IMF and World Bank were interfering with university education in Nigeria, and these powerful bodies summon vice chancellors sometimes twice a week to see how they are implementing this program. At the time of this lecture, Professor Omole was the Pro-Chancellor, Ladika Akintola University, Ogbomoso, and so any information from him must be taken seriously. So they promote, these institutions promote commercialization and then privatization. But the issue is that if we implement these recommendations in Nigeria, our people will suffer. So, and my position is, my caution is that universities should not be reduced to shopping plazas where commodities are displayed and prices haggled. No, vice chancellors should be given free hand to run universities. Vice chancellors should not be reduced to errand boys and girls. When education is reduced to cash and carry transaction, the society collectively suffers for it. An illiterate population cannot generate ideas to liberate itself from all the problems in the society. A poorly educated populace has denied itself opportunity to have skills for development. Well, an anonymous lecturer in a South African university pasted this on the university gate. I'll only read the first and the last statement. Collapsing a nation does not require the use of atomic bombs or long-range missiles, but it requires only lowering quality of education. The collapse of a nation, the collapse of education is the collapse of the nation. Let us bear this in mind. Well, I'm advocating for a combined role for MDCAN, NAMDA, and ASU to protect university education, and in particular, medical education. So far, ASU has been the one drawing attention and doing everything to protect university education in the interest of ordinary Nigerians. Until a few decades ago, practical classes in Nigerian universities, especially in sciences, became luxury. And things changed for the better when TED Fund came on board. And TED Fund was fought for by ASU. I venture to say that without ASU, Nigerian public universities in Nigeria would have been replaced by private ones, owned by politicians, money bags, and their imperial godfathers. So this is the one fight MDCAN should do something about. And my prayer remains, from seeing university education as commodity, Lord, deliver Nigeria. Intellectual infantilism. There is a propensity for some academics to trivialize the age-old rigor associated with academic pursuit. And this is only fueled by fraud. You know, 16 years ago in my inaugural lecture, I drew attention to this under the caption Red Cap Professor Syndrome. This is the Red Cap Professor. These are swindlers who engage in academic deception. They are masters of gift authorship, and they wallow in luxurious indolence. And when they get to the top, they become ganglion blockers, leaving the institutions fortified. Well, they tend to compact the mantra, publish or perish, to publish by hook or crook. Then let me say that the race for promotion is noble, and therefore should not be stemmed by fraud. Unfortunately, some university chief executives abet and aid this fraud, especially the morally weak ones. Then let me say that the university should not violate its own rule just to please or punish staff members. What is on board now, especially in the recent years, is whether doctors in academics should have a PhD in addition to medical fellowship. Well, the medical doctors in NUC came onto this, felt that they were deliberately being degraded, in the universities in their own country. The doctors argue, and correctly in my opinion, that at the time of the employment, it was not stated that a lack of PhD would in any way constitute a hindrance to their career progression, including aspiring to be vice chancellor. They also argue that they have not been found wanting in teaching and research. And this is correct because evidence from Google Scholar shows that of the top 100 research citations among the staff of the 17 faculties and numerous research centers of our university in 2024, the Faculty of Medicine alone constituted 25%. And the people looking at me here are part of those who generated this. And almost all of them, none had any PhD. As solution, some proposed having combined MBBS PhD program. But let us look at it. At least in the University of Sydney, Australia, where they have extensive experience in this, the MBBS program extends the training by at least 3 years. Given our incessant industrial action here, we are looking at 12 to 15 years to do MBBS. Then, more importantly, the combined program is not supported by the Nigerian policy on medical education. The aim of Nigerian policy on medical education is to produce doctors that will treat sick Nigerians, and not just to produce clinician scientists, which the combined program aims at. Others also suggested that colleges of medicine should be removed to be standalone universities as universities of medicine and supervised by the National Medical Education Commission. Well, this will require the act of National Assembly. And it's only when we are ready that we will go to National Assembly. And perhaps we may be lucky to have a voice vote on it. Then some of us accuse NUC of degrading doctors deliberately, But the question is NUC really biased? Did they act unilaterally? And my answer is no, because I've been in the National College for long. NUC did not act alone. It consulted the National College. But the National College maintains that by its design and implementation, the residency training equips the trainee with enough theoretical knowledge as well as adequate practical and research skills in any chosen specialty. It also reminded us that medical fellowship is not honorific, and that the fellowship certificate should actually be seen as a postdoctoral qualification. Unfortunately, the college did not take into consideration the adverse effects of a house divided against itself. And so the NUC has the support of some senior, highly respected medical professors. And some of these professors have held high offices in the National College in the past. One of them is Emeritus Professor Mimi Breeze, former treasurer of the college, who in 2019, in a keynote address at the 50th anniversary of the National College, still emphasized that doctors must compulsorily have PhD in academia. So talk of a divided house. However, in 2021, the National College, in what appears to be a compromise, inaugurated the MD program, which is research-based. The NUC accepted this and accordingly informed universities nationwide. So, my advice is that it's no use arguing over the superiority or otherwise of medical fellowship versus PhD. The objectives are different. You know, for instance, a holder of the fellowship of Medical College of Ophthalmology will always be appointed a consultant ophthalmologist. But a PhD holder without the fellowship does not have a chance. On the other hand, a PhD in ophthalmology will be gladly welcome in an ophthalmic research unit of any university, where the fellowship holder's chance is quite limited. If NUC insists on PhD as qualification to hire staff, it is only comparable to teaching and specialist hospitals are appointing as consultants only those with fellowship. So, irrespective of whatever rigor the training entails, there is no need to argue. You don't compare apple with orange. Both are delicious fruits, but each tastes differently. In any argument, the person who makes his case by saying that his qualification is equivalent to that of his opponent is arguing from the position of weakness. If the qualification you do not have is indeed inferior or equivalent, why not go and pick it, especially as your employer is insisting on it? Similarly, any argument about superiority of qualification cannot be decided by the standard produced by the proponent. It has to be done using an independent metric. My advice, therefore, is for younger colleagues to go and get a PhD if they want to stay in academics. It is when you overwhelm them again, like Obi Nwosu and colleagues did, that they will find out that whatever you are saying is correct. But if you don't have the qualification and you go and shout, what? Incidentally, I have examined both. But your guess is as good as mine as which one is more rigorous. Then let us go and pick that PhD. So, our university actually trailed behind UNN and Ndulue Ntuko in starting PhD in clinical sciences. It required persistent pressure, to make that happen. And we owe a debt of appreciation to Professors Obi Nwosu, Victor Onyora, Sabastian Ndulue, Stanley Anyanwu, Alexander Nwofo, Christian Ibe, and Dr. Chijioke Ezenyak, who continuously pressed until we started having this program. Now, having keyed into the university postgraduate program, the Faculty of Medicine should be ready to handle any conflict that may arise therefrom. For 4 years up to 2019, I was a member of the Senior Staff Disciplinary Committee of our university. In 3 of those years, I was the chairman, and we have 4 typical cases presented: student-supervisor disagreement over dissertation and thesis, allegations of financial extortion against supervisors and lecturers, allegations of sexual harassment against lecturers, allegations of manipulating exam results by lecturers. The first two were the commonest. But it should be realized that these cases shouldn't have gotten to the SSDC if the department or the faculty actually did the needful. The supervisor-student disagreement was due to the department assigning supervisors to students without putting in place mechanisms for resolving any dispute that may arise. Another factor we observed was that some of the students had very poor academic foundation. In all instances, the problem became resolved when the student was allowed to choose supervisor or supervisors, or asked to choose another dissertation or thesis topic. So none of these cases happily came from the Faculty of Medicine. However, there are similar conflicts between supervisors and residents in the teaching hospital-based residency program. Actually, in a particular instance, a supervised or petitioned against the resident doctor. But what is disconcerting is the inability of the teaching hospital to swiftly deal with the problem. Perhaps the hospital management never anticipated such and therefore did not put in place any conflict resolution mechanism. It is my suggestion here that as the Faculty of Medicine moves into university-based postgraduate program, it should at this early stage establish a conflict resolution procedure that is ethical, follows due process, and adjudged fair to all parties. It should also put in place a selection process that allows for the admission of only academic sound students. Now back to the early days. The pioneer lecturers in 1991 formed the Medical Research Society as a forum for scientific interaction with Dr. Okechukwu Ikpez as president. It also the society went ahead to launch the Tropical Journal of Medical Research, again with Okechukwu Ikpez as the pioneer editor-in-chief. In 2003, the Basic Sciences academic staff, in conjunction with their counterparts in Madonna University, launched the Journal of Biomedical Investigation with Dr. Prince Oneko as founding editor-in-chief. After a while, the two journals stopped publishing. This came to my notice because the articles I sent to each of them were neither rejected nor published. Following persistent inquiries, an insider told me that the journals had gone under. Perhaps I was one of the last to know about this sorry state of affairs, because by this time, the teaching hospital management had finalized the arrangement to promote a new journal. I felt that it was unacceptable for the journals to die when those who founded them were still in active service. Then I recalled the cautionary statement of Dr. Dozie Kedife, who was chairman at the launching of the Tropical Journal. And I quote, "While publications from this journal will no doubt help the career development of those of you who publish articles in it, you should not allow the journal to perish once you rise to professorial rank. This journal should be seen as our people's can-do spirit." End of quote. And so I had the urge to stimulate all stakeholders. And so between August and September 2020, I wrote this simple verse and posted it in all the social media involving the hospital and the College of Health Sciences. It actually stimulated all our colleagues, and several meetings were held for the resuscitation of the journal. The acting provost, then Nek Abakora, was very supportive. And part of the decision was to persuade the hospital management to stay action on the launching of new journal. At this point, one should commend the Chief Medical Director, Professor Anthony Igwegbe, for withdrawing plan to launch a new journal. And a debt of gratitude should also be given to the foreign professors who took decision on how to resuscitate the journals. Professor Charles Osuji, Sabastian Ndulue, Stanley Anyanwu, Jideofor Orakwe, Gerard Odigwe, Gladys Ahaneko, Victor Onyora, and Christopher Akosile. Well, Dr. George Eleje was appointed the editor-in-chief, wife of the Tropical Journal, while the biomedical investigation, Professor Joseph Omunna took over as editor-in-chief. The journals have been publishing regularly since 2021, and I commend Professor Eleje and Omunna for job well done. In my opinion, the founding of the Medical Research Society and the journals constitute the high points of academic leadership, shown by the academic staff of the College of Health Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nnewi campus. The clinical teachings. The Boromeo Hospital at St. Charles Boromeo Hospital has been a dependable ally of our medical school. In 1994, due to a year-long industrial action by hospital workers that prevented teaching here, we had to take the students to Boromeo Hospital, And I remember all the lecturers commuting from here to Onitsha to teach the students. Again, in 2024, ASU strike prevented us from having an exam here. We had to shift the MBBS exam to Boromir. You know, my advice is that although I failed to achieve it, having a formal MOU with Boromir Hospital, my advice is that the provost and the chief medical director should seriously consider having a formal agreement with Boromir and other secondary healthcare facilities in Anambra and adjoining states for the training of medical students, resident doctors, and other health sciences workers. The input is minimal, but the output in terms of clinical services and hands-on experience are enormous. Now, when in 1990 I joined this is my picture then. When I joined, there were no facilities to support ophthalmic services. So I started by teaching basic skills to the nurses and other paramedical staff, teaching visual acuity, teaching how to dress, instill eye drops, and then how to dress the sick eye. Even with the few patients admitted into the ward, the nurses felt uncomfortable handling them, and it meant my perennial presence in the hospital. Of course, there were no facilities for surgery. After all, I come to hospital with my personal ophthalmoscope and visual acuity chart. I felt that this will stifle the development of ophthalmology in the hospital and the university. And subsequently, I wrote a memo to the provost on the need to annex Guinness Eye Hospital, then under Anambra State government. 3 times, Professor Zilo accepted my recommendation and sought the permission of the Anambra government. 3 times I had to travel with him to Enugu, to the Ministry of Health headquarters to defend my proposal. At the end, the Anambra government gave the Guinness Eye Center, in quote, as the ophthalmic wing of the Anambra State University of Technology. And let me say here that the acquisition of the eye hospital greatly aided the development of ophthalmology and eye care in the university, the teaching hospital, and the entire Anambra State and its environment. I'm grateful to Professor Ezilo and Professor A.B.C. Nwosu, the then Commissioner of Health, for seeing the positive side of my memo. However, it is surprising that men who played all this pivotal and pioneering role to build the medical training in this university and hospital were never honored nearly 40 years after. It is therefore my recommendation that Professor Nwosu and Professor Ezilo should be honored both at the College of Health Sciences and the teaching hospital by naming laboratories, wards, administrative buildings after them. This is more so when some who came after them had such monuments named after them. Let us get our history correct. Let us stop revising our history. Others that require to bestow honors include Dr. Dozie Ikedife and Chief Augustine Ilodibe, Ekene Dirichukwu. These were the people who ensured that we got accreditation. By 1990, let us make it clear, there were not many hotels in Nnewi. Dozie had to accommodate the members of the accreditation team in his house. At least I'm sure Professor Ajayi, my former professor of surgery, was there. And at the end of all those accreditation in the 90s, we will go for a bazaar party at Ekene's house. You know, who will now end up, all of them will go with very, very fat envelopes. Ekene will never make noise about it. I remember the first accreditation, Ajayi stood up and said, if not for this and that, if not for this and that. But anyway, there was a very fat envelope breathing in his pocket. So, and that was if not for this and that. So please, whoever that is in charge, bear this in mind. Mr. Vice Chancellor, this desire our honor. Mr. Provost. And Mr. Where is the CMD? No wahala. While at Guinness Eye Center, all the existing workforce were absorbed, but it soon became clear that the orientation was different. It militated against teaching research and clinical services. Unruliness was none. In fact, I was advised by the doctors and some nurses that Guinness Eye Center was not designed to be a teaching hospital and should never be, and that in my own interest, I should never rock the boat. But interestingly, this young lady here, a senior nurse, matron Patience Okonkwo, supported and encouraged me to continue with cleaning the audience table. May her soul rest in peace. With Professor Ezilo's fan support, the unruliness was largely curbed. So, but some carried the unruliness into residency training, leading to poor progress and other unpleasant consequences. Of course, letters of reprimand were written to some of them. Professor Ezechukwu in his Valedictory talked at people going to the market to demonstrate. That is part of the problem we had then. But it's all solved now. So, we talk about the revolving fund. At the initial stage, the teaching hospital tended to source out some of the services to general hospital without considering whether the general hospital had the capacity to do that. For instance, the general hospital never stocked any eye medicines. And so we were stuck with out-of-stock syndrome. And there was a lot of resistance at the sterilization point. So I had to commit to May twice a week to sterilize surgical instruments. So I now proposed to Mbono. Mbono became the new chief medical director after Ezilo left. That we established a drug revolving fund. After several arguments and meetings, he gave us 5,000 naira. I collected the check, went to his office to thank him. After pleasantries I was leaving, he now made this statement. Sebastian, some government officials have been imprisoned for misappropriating 500 naira. The message was clear. So, but I'm not bothered because I'm not worried about such things. They can't come from me. So I had to form a DRF committee and with a pharmacist in Madabum as the chief operating officer in charge of the day-to-day running. Leo, please, I'm still grateful to you for a marvelous job. So, at that time, the Nigerian essential drug list did not contain any eye medicine. So I had to sit down with a pharmacist in Madabum and we drew up our own essential drugs based on what we had, our prescription in the previous 12 months. We also established the drug information system. And then, this is a prototype of our essential drugs. And instantaneously, the drug revolving from banished out-of-stock syndrome gave patients confidence a boost and popularity of the eye center soared. However, let me say here that Professor Mbono's years at CMD were the glorious years of the DRF scheme at the eye center. During this period, the fund was strictly used for the purpose it was meant. No drug supplier was owed. I salute Mbono for conceding to my request. I've already thanked Madabum, and we also thank these members of the pharmacy department for doing great work. However, when Mbono left, problem arose. One of his successors angrily summoned me and complained that we were making a turnover of 580,000 naira on drugs alone, without him knowing or nominating any of the suppliers. That it was unacceptable. Hey, I was taken aback because I thought I was working for him. So, but still moved by this his beef with the DRF, I used back channels to investigate if the pharmacy perhaps is involved in any unethical practice. But it was all a clean slate. The members of the pharmacy handling the DRF were above board, and I thank them once more. From then, we began to experience delays in approval of drug purchase, and suppliers started complaining of not being paid. Some are still being owed up to now, as I'm talking. At a stage, the drug scarcity was so bad that I had to phone the sitting CMD. And he said there was no fund. I said, no, sir, from our records, we have more than fivefold the amount of money required for this. He said, sorry, bear with me. The money in DRF was used to pay some contractors urgently. A shudder ran down my spine. I recalled Mbono's cautionary statement and agonized how bad things had gone. In response, or to achieve some psychological relief, I now wrote a badge to the morally blind king, in which I emphasized that a morally blind person has a more serious affliction than the physically blind, but the society deserves neither of them. None of the operators of the DRF is a signatory to the account. So, but there is one thing. The Lord's Prayer is the one recited by all Christians of all denominations. And it contains a verse which says, lead us not into temptation. And therefore, if the signatories to the account included the operators of the DRF, perhaps the CMD would have been more cautious with tampering with the fund. And so my recommendation is that in order to keep the temptation in check, the DRF account should be also signed by the operators of the DRF, the direct operators, in our own case, the head of the Guinea Science Center and the pharmacist in charge. That way we will ensure that drugs are there steady. Theater Revolving Fund is another program that has gone comatose. A persistent challenge is the near absolute lack of electricity supply at the Guinea Science Center. And successive chief executives try to grapple with the problem by having standby electricity generators. But the problem is fund to fuel the generators. In fact, at least 2 generators are dedicated to the theater. And this Theater Revolving Fund was there for us to ensure non-interruption of services. But we don't get the money to buy petrol. So again, recently, let me commend Professor Ubaja, the current CMD, who installed solar power in Guinea Science Center. It has helped to some extent, but the solar power cannot carry the sterilization equipment and the operation microscope. So we have not solved our problem. So let me plead that this fund be used for the purpose. Patients still pay for it. So why shouldn't we use it to make sure services go on steadily? So working alone as an ophthalmologist without a senior on ground, I had to rely on my former trainers and seniors at Ibadan and Kano. And I'm ever grateful to DGK Ajayi, Tony Fafawara, and Titus Pen. These two are in UCH Ibadan. And this one is in Kano, where I perfected my surgical skills. They were of tremendous help to me. However, it took me 6 years to attract a second ophthalmologist, and that was in the person of Dr. Royce Onyekwe. Happily, Dr. Onyekwe, took his job with great enthusiasm and zeal, and progressed quickly to earn the professorial chair before retiring in 2022. So he's one of the big builders of our eye center. And so, from the mustard seed of a lone ophthalmologist in 1990, the eye care manpower at the teaching hospital and university has in 2025 grown to 16 full-time ophthalmologists, supported by resident doctors, and so on. Coping with anesthesia. Well, until 12 years ago, we never had facilities for endotracheal anesthesia. And so, I had to rely on the advice given to me by Dr. Titus Pen of Kano Eye Hospital, that in such cases, children, adolescents, and very apprehensive adults, that we could use a cocktail of ketamine, atropine, and diazepam or promethazine. And these we used with good outcomes. And I thank the nurse anesthetists who did a great job with the intraoperative and post-operative care of the patient. Again, it is not just with children. In adults, what we usually do is to operate using local anesthetic by either the retrobarber, the rebarber, or subtenon technique. These are blind procedures that could actually lead to injury to the globe or blood vessel, you know, and therefore they are not safe in myopic eyes. However, the pressure induced by the large volume of retrobarber drug will lower by direct digital pressure, digital massage on the eye before commencing surgery. And we developed the technique of subconjunctival anesthesia, needing less anesthetic, but at least we were seeing the needle tip as we are giving the injection. Our findings have been compared and published. So, I did vitreoretinal fellowship in 1996-97, and when I came back, I quickly, within limits of available resources, established the first vitreoretinal service in eastern Nigeria. The medical retinal clinic, which I named Diabetic Eye Clinic, was domiciled in this teaching hospital campus, while the surgical service was at the Eye Center in Onitsha. And so since 1997, our teaching hospital has rendered specialized vitreoretinal service to patients from Anambra State and beyond. We are also able to determine the incidence and patterns of retinal diseases, as well as their treatment outcome in our environment. And our activities have so far resulted in 15 publications. Of this, diabetic retinopathy in Nnewi stood out. Up to the year 2000, when the paper was read in a conference and then later published, ophthalmologists had assumed that diabetic retinopathy was rare in Nigeria. But when we produced evidence that we recorded 33% here, it became a wake-up call. And as colleagues went around replicating the study and also recorded high values, and then the National Blindness and Visual Impairment Survey also recorded a very high value. And so, disturbed about the increasing incidence and these adverse effects on vision, the federal government in 2023 produced a national guide for screening and management of the diabetic retinopathy. I was a member of the experts committee that produced the document. In 2022, I proposed that we should have a diabetic center in this hospital. For it will serve as a one-stop shop where all the disciplines involved in the diabetic care will be handling these patients under one roof. Well, I hope it will eventually come to fruition. Community eye service. This is what we conceptualize as our own approach to reaching the unreached with quality eye service. And that requires going to the village. It will be recalled that the former president of Tanzania, Mwalimu Bishop Julius Nyerere, once advised that while the white man has gone to the moon, we in Africa should get to the village. But at Fort Jesus in Mombasa, Kenya, erudite political scientist and Pan-Africanist Ali Mazrui feared that by the time we in Africa get to the village, we will not be able to return to the cities. According to him, because all over Africa, development is distorted, priorities violated, and the continent has mortgaged its soul. But we were determined to get to the village. And this is the picture of the village, the gate, the mansion, and then how we were examining the children there and the adults. So, between 1999 and 2016, we had eye camps incorporating surgeries in which thousands of rural dwellers were treated free of charge at Ukpo, Ogidi Ozobolo, Nnewi, Anaku, or Ukwu Okija, or Sumoru and Ihala. Our benefactors are Ukpo Improvement Union Lagos brand led by Chief Raf Ezokoli, Ogidi Union under Chief Obiako, Chief Jerome Udoji of Ozobolo, and Ayamelun Local Government Council and Rotary Club of Onitsha. We commend them for helping the rural masses. So this is the surgical camp, pre-op evaluation, post-op, and then some members of the surgical team. So, but these were not sustainable because follow-up was undesirable. And so we needed a more permanent thing. We then approached the churches, where we will have a static, affordable eye care, but the ecclesiastical princes were not interested. And so we shifted our gaze to government. And fortunately, the Ndulue local council, gave us a nod. Well, maybe because one of the bosses there had retinal detachment, which we successfully treated. And so he gave a listening ear to our request. And so after several meetings with Anambra government, a memorandum of understanding was signed between Ndulue Council and Nnamdi Azikiwe University. And I'm grateful to the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy, Mr. Dubema Obaze, then Head of Service, Imawa Abaya of Ndulue South Council, and then our former Vice Chancellor, Professor Boniface Ebuka. We thank them for signing that memo. Unfortunately, the insecurity that engulfed and other areas made us to stop treatment and services there. We hope that when things stabilize, the MOU will be resuscitated and we go back to work. Then academic ophthalmology. When we joined this university, the Nigerian government had just launched the national health policy, with primary health care as the cornerstone. And within the ophthalmology conclave, Professor Adenika Abiose was campaigning that primary eye care must be entrenched into the health system. So in drawing up a curriculum, I looked at the curriculum of the older medical schools, and none have scratched primary eye care. And so I took aspects of Abiose's document and combined it with the curriculum of older medical school to produce our own unique curriculum that is locally relevant without compromising international standards. And that has been published as part of this posting booklet. So in teaching, the instruments I required were this, and then this book from American Academy of Ophthalmology. But it doesn't have much relevance to our local needs. It is known that in clinical medicine, you have to teach things that the students will encounter when practicing. In other words, diseases that are more prevalent. And so, it makes no meaning emphasizing gyrate atrophy of the retina to the undergraduates instead of teaching them infective, purulent conjunctivitis. This is very common in our environment, and if it's not carefully handled, the person may go blind. This may cause blindness also, but I've not seen any amongst a black man. But in the books, it's so easy to cram up and recite, but it has no relevance. So, and by 1990, there was no published work on the epidemiology of eye diseases in the whole of Eastern Nigeria, And so, I had to keep meticulous data on the cases I saw in 1 year in this clinic at Ndulue. And after that, we were able to come up with the incidence of eye diseases, very common but non-blinding eye disease, common blinding eye diseases, and eye diseases requiring surgical intervention. One of them attracted a reprint request from Germany, Institute of Ophthalmology, London, and 3 from US. One of the reprint requests from the National Eye Institute in Bethesda, Maryland, praised the article for filling a vital knowledge gap. And that was this article, Blindness and Visual Impairment in Anambra State, Nigeria. So, again, I had to undertake a population-based study to correctly establish the epidemiology of eye diseases, and these were in terms of resources for eye health services and the ocular mobility in rural Anambra State. again, he gave us a lot of information. But the interesting thing is that when the national survey was conducted some years later, the findings agreed with that of our own local study. And for instance, the national study got a 4.2 overall adult prevalence, and we got 3.3%. In the southeast, the prevalence from the national study was 4.6, but our own study got 4.7. Their major conclusion was 50%, tackle 50% of cataract, and you solve 50% of blindness. And it was something we reached in Anambra. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Chairman, sir, the mantra of Nnamdi Azikiwe University is discipline, self-reliance, and excellence. And some of us have relentlessly pursued excellence. The national study boasts of being conducted with state-of-art equipment. They look at our own, including bush torchlights. That's what we use to conduct our studies. But the findings of the two studies agreed, once more, remind us that excellence is indeed different from sophistication. So, I went further to find how the workers in Anambra tackled the two common causes of visual loss, cataract. Well, we found that the prevailing surgical technique then was intracapsular extraction, and there was no intraocular lens implant. So we started a campaign to have intraocular lens surgery done. Then we found that the only optical aids was the spectacle. There were no contact lens, no low vision aids. Again, we started campaign for low vision aid, not a contact lens, you know. So the findings were published in the following papers. The training of undergraduates in ophthalmology, maybe some of you here were part of those who were accommodated in St. Charles Special Science School. So the first set were accommodated there because the students were on long back. The girls were accommodated in QRC. I still remain grateful to the principals who accommodated them without charging the university any money. But subsequently, the schools were in session and we never had that opportunity. And so students now had to arrange for their accommodation. And some had to commute from New. Interestingly, all of them came early for our intensive program that endured from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. A few years later, recently, the provost office provided vehicles for them. And it was a relief, but there was an unintended consequences. So, the drivers were civil servants who observed civil servant service working time. And so the students never come to Onitsha before 10:30. And because of the current insecurity, they had to leave early. And so our contact time with them in terms of practical exposure has become seriously diminished. I have several times made a case that the university builds a hostel at Onitsha. Principal officers of the university come to Onitsha only when they need ophthalmic service. The only official that came in official capacity is Professor Ezechukwu when he was provost. We also showed him the possible place where to build students' hostels and offices. He had accepted, but since he left office, nothing else has been said about it. It would appear that the university is unaware that he has a stake at the Onitsha campus of the University and Teaching Hospital, where its Department of Ophthalmology and Center for Eye Health are located. We also handle the ophthalmic training of nurses and pharmacy students of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University and Tansia University, Omonyi. But the arrangement for the postings is tardy. For instance, the head of department in our own university do not liaise with the head of ophthalmology, and so the HOD ophthalmology does not know when the students are coming. Curriculum is not sent, so we do not know the extent whatever they want us to teach. And sometimes these postings clash with that of medical students, thus stretching resources and manpower and reducing the quality of training. I've made this appeal severally, but let me make it once more. The heads of nursing and pharmacy department should liaise with the ophthalmology counterparts to make this thing better. You know, you should use the best you have to achieve the best result. It makes no meaning bringing students, allowing those who are not start because somebody is a nurse or a pharmacist. You know, you allow him to tell them. At times I laugh when I see them spelling hypopium for the students. So let us make a while the sun shines. As for the Tanzanian University students, I'm unaware of any MOU that will allow us to train their students. Let us do this thing and do them neatly. For us to get into a local government, we had to have an MOU. We didn't just jump into it. So that we have a legal backing for what we are doing. So if the result is not good, then you know who to complain to. A celebrated physiologist and quintessential medical educator, Dr. Edwin Nwosu, had always been concerned with innovations in medical education. And so for the years he was head of department, he invited me to teach clinical correlates of physiology of vision and the neurology of vision. You know, and in doing so, I found that it helped the students because it gave them a good grounding for future postings in neurology, neurosurgery, and ophthalmology. You know, but since he left office, nobody had invited any of us again for such lectures. You know, what we did is akin to what obtains in Case Western Reserve University, Ohio. Such a great idea, having been enunciated in our university, should not be allowed to die. Let us take them in early. Now, I was elected sub-dean to serve 1998 to 2000. And, well, the only challenging job I had then was when students who failed the first year exam had difficulty locating to Awka campus. But the background is this. At those early days, when it was Anambra State University of Technology, the pre-science campus was located at Okofia. And so the pre-science teachers taught medical students first years chemistry, biology, and physics. When it was relocated to Mboku, the students continued to stay at Okofia, while the university did not specifically employ anybody to teach them. And so some technologists and preclinical teachers covered the duty. Problem arose when some didn't pass the exam and had difficulty changing to departments in Awka. And so I had to draft a memo to the dean, Professor Beatrice Ume, on the need to relocate first-year students to Awka. And she accepted and took it to the faculty board that gave a note. The next was to go to the Vice Chancellor, and two of us went. Vice Chancellor Ejiofor was receptive and arranged for a meeting between us and the Faculty of Natural Science, as it was called then. The Faculty of Natural Sciences representatives were receptive. They were happy. But something happened that really upset me. Dr. Emengo, the head of chemistry, was not happy that nearly 200 students extra will be, sent to his department that was grappling with infrastructural deficit. And so, give an example that in the previous semester, that they had only two practical sessions. 2 practical sessions in a semester. And that was because of NUC accreditation. I was astounded and then quickly asked, 2 practical sessions and you claim to be training scientists? In response, a cynical professor said, degree is degree. After all, we teach them alternative to practical. But Professor Eugene Wan, a thoroughbred scientist, quickly responded again, degree is not degree if recipient is not properly trained. For this, I have a lot of respect for Professor Wan. So, to achieve catharsis, because I was really pained, I had to write an ode to the alternative scientists, in which I lampooned alternative to practicals, and then advised that the Vice Chancellor or whoever that is in charge should ensure practical exposure for the students for degree to be degree. Again, another thing that surprisingly caused a lot of row was when I was in the ethics committee, and we were preparing exam ethics, and I caused to be written as follows, I quote, to protect the students, the lecturers and the university, and to maintain standards. In the College of Health Sciences, a student must be examined by at least 2 lecturers. When this was brought to the Senate, there was a lot of row, a lot of noise. People complained. The more we defended it, the fiercer the opposition. Mercifully, the Vice Chancellor, Peter Ejiofor, overruled all opposition. And it has since been our minimal standard for conducting exam in the Faculty of Medicine. Things we never thought that would be a problem. That is why it's better to put everything in writing. Then again, we have problem with NUC and MDCN accreditation. The letter given to me by my predecessor indicated that we will be having reaccreditation within a month. My heart missed a beat. But in any case, I didn't bother. So, at the first meeting we had, we enumerated all our problems, and one of the important things was the device Dr. Onyora then requested that we buy, and that was this device. He called it microscope camera. I do not know what it was. I've never seen one. But in any case, the faculty board approved it, and we bought it. On the day of accreditation, the people came, and in the obs and gyne ward and pediatrics, they were raising a lot of objections, and I wasn't comfortable. But the things changed when they got to the pathology teaching lab. Dr. Onyora had already mounted his device, and Professor Abdulmumuni Rafindade, Professor of Pathology at ABU, has demanded of me what the device was all about. I called Onyora, and he demonstrated the multiple uses. Professor Rafindade was mesmerized. He quickly asked the address of the supplier so that he can get it for his institution. And from there, started shouting as we were marching along, because we were contemporaries during residency program. He said, you people are ahead of every other place in technology. What else are we talking about coming for reaccreditation? And so with that, it was Dr. Onyora and his device that gave out that reaccreditation. Then came the NUC reaccreditation. Again, the major problem we never achieved full accreditation was lack of office space, and it wasn't solved. So I was panicking, and Dr. John Chukwuka, the then faculty examination officer, advised me in Igbo proverb. It's not, I will say it in Igbo. So I think Onyisi, ilu ijekwu Onyisi ndị abịala ife na Onyisi nze ka ọ bụ iju aka ife ndị nze na-eri were ebi okwu. So ijekwu Onyisi nze, isi anya wụọ okwu n'ala, gwa ya ihe ndị nze na-eri were ebi okwu. And I did that. Incidentally, the head was my former roommate at the Independence Hall UI. And we got our accreditation. Ajute ife ndị nze na-eri, nye ife fa na-eri, ebi okwu. Dr. Chukwuka, I thank you once more. So having secured accreditation, we now engaged on how to build capacity, learn more about medical education. We engaged Professor Basil Ezanolo from UNN and another from Arkansas, US, and then held a 3-day retreat at White Castle Hotel in Maine, where we learned how to develop curriculum and examination assessment methods, and then brought renowned hematologist, Professor Ihai Opala, to give us the first in the series of faculty lectures. Then, one of the first things I did as dean was to plead with the faculty board, and we adjusted the receipt exams to hold 3 months instead of the 6 months it was holding. The faculty board accepted, the Vice Chancellor approved it for immediate implementation. Happy with it, and I only continued where he stopped. And so we had to conduct exams, both main and receipt, minimum of 3 times a year during the period. So it was like we were doing an exam every 2 months, you know, because we didn't want to merge any class. And by the time I left office, the backlog had been cleared and the academic program normalized. I'm grateful to all the staff. Beautiful, very beautiful endorsement. As soon as the application is passed to the dean's office, the other department will come, giving me multiple reasons why I shouldn't approve the application. I will then tell the slimy fellow to go back and put down the latest information in writing. You know, sometimes such things don't come back. Then, when he persisted, I saw the guidance of an experienced administrator who said that all such things must come with minutes of the departmental meeting, where the applications were discussed and recommendations made. So I implemented it after announcing it to the faculty board. But the issue is that in some cases, the return of the application becomes delayed. In fact, in a particular case, it took more than 6 months. And they only came out when I insisted that without seeing that application, the department will not be appraised. And the other department was hoping for recommendation for promotion. They brought it. You know, a downside of it is that some members of staff or their relatives who are privy to the fake endorsement really accused me of being a stumbling block to the applicant. They didn't know what was going on. Anyway, issues like this may have made me unpopular, but I don't bother. Then, impromptu verification from the MDCN. In June 2007, I received a letter from the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria accusing us of subverting the MBBS curriculum, that it will send a 3-man team. And I received the letter 5 days to their coming. On the appointed day, they came. The registrar, Professor Abdulmumuni Mohammed, then Professor Mike Assos from University of Ibadan, Professor Wole Atoyebi from University of Lagos. When I met them on their arrival, all of them came sealed. Nobody told me why they came. The only thing is that the registrar said I should provide all the records of how we were implementing our MBBS program. Well, being that I knew these people, and I know Mike, his specialty and Wole, so I went back to the office to revise how we were taking community medicine and surgery. On the morning, they came, and I gave them all the documents they required. First, before they started, I said, please tell us why you've come. Professor Assos said, I will know later. And then they started, interrogating us, looking into our programs, and eventually, when they finished, Mike cleared his throat and said, well, we've not seen any breach in your curriculum, and there was no breach in its implementation. However, you people are stressing the students too much by having a separate MBBS exam in primary health care and community medicine, that they should be fused. We quickly accepted that. Let it be fused and be taken with 5th MB, and that is still doing. Oh, that is still what we do now. As we were about to leave, the registrar showed me the petition, and it was written by one of us in community medicine. Well, the thing is that of all of the 3, I knew them on first name basis. Mike is like an elder brother. Wole, I worked severally at national and West African colleges. I sat with Abdulmumuni Mohammed on the governing board of National Postgraduate College for 4 years. For them to have kept sealed lips shows the seriousness of what they came for. It also told a good story about their integrity. In any case, our accreditation was not denied. Well, I had to send a memo to the board on 2 answers as it affects the MBBS program. This earned me a lot of antagonism. But you see, the students were pestering me that they were not having lectures on time, things were being delayed, So I had to engage the preclinical colleagues who complained about the unfavorable condition of learning in Okofu, where the auditorium, after 10 o'clock becomes unbearable for any form of learning, and then persistent power outage. Well, I made a case with the provost on how to make the auditorium livable, and then ensured a fuel supply for the newly purchased generators. Then for the teaching hospital, I had to meet with the CMD, Professor Ofieli, who also expressed frustration with the lackadaisical attitude of some of us, the senior doctors, but pointed out that these are our peers. But I felt that, well, I have a job to do. And so, peers or no peers. And so, but these are very intelligent people. And so you do not get to complain without having evidence. And so I had to get information on the surgical output in the hospital in the previous 12 months and analyze it. And what was the result? Less than 2 surgeries per surgeon per year was performed. And I passed it as a memo to the board, telling the board to call the erring doctors to order. All hell was let loose. The CMD was unhappy. He accused me of trying to unseat him because I contested for the post with him and lost. I told him that, well, the position has been won and lost. All we are faced with is to do our work. And I told him to just look at the data I brought. His countenance changed when he found out that in spite of the administrative load, he was still one of those who performed the highest number of surgeries. As for the others, well, I was the devil incarnate who will not bother about washing dirty linen in the open. But in all this, no one produced evidence to counter what I was saying. The board on its own said that, well, the situation was not as bad as I presented it. They relied on evidence produced by the CMD that the hospital was commanded by the police. They didn't say anything about the surgical and the other clinical output. Anyway, the important thing there is that the MDCAM met and decided that no consultant clinic should commence after 10 a.m. The minimum time is 10 a.m. And there should be no lecture between 10 and 3. At least that is something positive. Because before you could see people coming to give an 8 o'clock lecture 2 a.m. and students will be running helter-skelter. Or some will come by 6 p.m. to give it. So it is instructive that last year the faculty board reaffirmed this position. Well, the issue is this. I must commend Professor Ofieli because in spite of his misgivings, he actually took steps to improve things in the casualty and thus set the hospital from continual downward slide. So, Honorable Vincent Iko, the founder principal of Zixton Grammar School, was known for making philosophical statements, and one of them was that a life worth living is worth fighting for. Again, Albert Einstein was quoted as saying that the world is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing. And Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, in his book, The Man Died, stated that in every person that kept quiet in the face of injustice, the man died. And so my job as dean is to ensure quality training for medical students under my watch, and would therefore not keep silent when standards are degraded. Mahatma Gandhi once admonished all of us to be the change we want to see in the world. And so I felt it would be hypocritical of me to lampoon a dysfunctional casualty system without making any effort to make it improve. And so I rallied 26 of my colleagues and we produced a book which we named NAUTH Emergency Care Handbook. And happy both the Vice Chancellor and the Provost participated in these noble activities. I thank you once more. The book is due for revision, please. Anyway, Provost has submitted this. I'm waiting for others. Thank you. So, elective posting in US, I'm happy the VC is here. There was one very good program that was initiated when I was dean. It was the the brainchild of the then Vice Chancellor, Augustine Okafor. You know, my only job as dean was to recommend the 10 best students, and planning started in 2006, and the first batch went to US in early 2007. It catapulted the name of our university and faculty of medicine to world stage. The positive psychological effect on the students was enormous, you know, and report from the New York hospital showed that the students did very well. So the program was very popular, and students worked hard to be counted among those to be selected. Years after I left office, the program was terminated. What problem must have arisen leading to the termination? But I still maintain that it's not a good decision or a decent practice to throw away the baby and the bathwater. You know, I recommend that, Mr. Vice Chancellor, I recommend that the program be revisited, pitfalls rectified, and then program reintroduced. The dragnet widened to just not go to US but to other parts of the world. Similarly, our university should accommodate students from other parts of the world for elective and exchange programs. In this way, our university will properly earn the status of a universal institution. Prize endowment. Well, in my own little way, I have attracted 2 prizes. One was in 2006 by Chief Alex Okafor Shikasin for the best student in clinical ophthalmology. The other was in 2017 when, as president of Ophthalmological Society, I ensured that prizes were endowed in 13 universities all over Nigeria of 1 million each. In each case, I gave the check to the sitting Vice Chancellor. But it wasn't reflected, and we stated clearly that it will be given at the convocation. It required writing the Vice Chancellor for the prize, for the Okafor prize to be listed in the 2024 convocation brochure. That of Ophthalmological Society didn't appear, giving the impression that none was awarded. Again, I had to write the Vice Chancellor. Hopefully, they will soon be. But not only listing it, the students who won the prize should be listed so that it becomes an encouragement to others. Even if you don't give them money, give them certificate. It helps them in their future endeavors. There were unexpected recognitions. And one was when our faculty made me a distinguished fellow of the faculty. And the second was when the Eleta Institute named this research center after Sabastian. And then the Professor Nwosu, the Sabastian Nwosu Clinical Ophthalmology, which endowment was actually spearheaded by my late daughter, Dr. Chika. And then in 2021, the National Postgraduate College named me the best supervisor of the year. I was utterly surprised. The following year, the Nigerian Journal of Ophthalmology presented me a certificate in recognition of my contributions. I thank all these bodies. Then back to the department, I had to move to established MSc and PhD program because I looked at all our indices. I felt that running residency program alone may not give us adequate number of manpower. You know, we need it. And so that gave rise to the birth of Center for Eye Health Research and Training. I am particularly grateful to Professor Joe Ikechaba, the current Vice Chancellor, who as Director of Academic Planning, gave me audience to expand on the concept of CERAT and this postgraduate program. And his recommendations to the Senate actually led to the approval of the program. I'm also grateful to Clement Ezechukwu, the late Ilika, Emelon Mada, and Ifa Dike, who supported the idea of the program in the preliminary stages. Further, Professor Ibokwe and Chilaka were very helpful with the implementation of the programs. I salute them all. So these are the foundation members of CERA. Some of them are here. They've really worked hard for the past 4 years. And I thank all of you. I'm pleased that you keep the flag flying. You know? So we have to deal with capacity building and all those things. Now, what is the output? The output is that the first batch of the MSc students have graduated. You know? and the second batch are on the verge of defending their MSc thesis. There are 6 PhD candidates, and 4 of them have completed such coursework and successfully defended their research proposal. So then there's the unfinished business. I'm going away from the university and hospital today, but I pledge to continue with the supervision of the PhD and other candidates whose guidance I have undertaken. So it will not stop. So then ophthalmology residency training. This was initiated in 2022, and we used to have accreditation from both the West African and national colleges. And the aim was to produce a competent eye surgeon. And our training strategy was hands-on experience. And then when they get to pass part 1, we send them to some high-volume centers overseas, including going to Ghana. The result we got from Ghana showed that one Dr. Chizawanweke was the most eager to learn, the more obedient, and the one who performed the highest number of surgeries. That was from a hospital where they went in Ghana. Then from them, at least in our hospital alone, we produced 41 ophthalmologists since the program started. You know, of the 15 consultant ophthalmologists I'm leaving behind, only one did not pass through my tutelage. You know, our products are doing well wherever they are. Some have won prizes during exam, and some got scholarship to get training in some subspecialties overseas. Reverend Sister Baka, one of our resident sisters is here, owns one of the best eye hospitals in Nigeria today. Another one, Dr. Karanya, you know, is currently the leading phaco surgeon in Nigeria. In academia, Professor Otuka, you know, heads ophthalmology in Abia State, teaching hospital and university. And in what appeared like a parting gift to me, only 3 weeks ago, our university announced the elevation to the full professorial chair of my former resident, Dr. Akunna Apakama. Well, these are the results of teamwork, and by enjoying all those I'm leaving behind to keep the flag flying. You know? Now the question is, are we sending eye care and ophthalmic training in our hospital and university into liquidation? I pose this question with all sense of responsibility. It is not meant to indict the current administration of the teaching hospital, because some of the problems, you know, were there before they came. But it has to be raised so that it could be solved. So there is nothing personal about it. For instance, many of our diagnostic and therapeutic equipments are in a chronic state of disrepair, and nobody, you know, bothers about it. We come to theater with our personal instruments if we want to operate with minimal complications. The water supply is epileptic. Rainy season is a nightmare because we get drenched whenever it rains from leaking roofs. You know? Then the loss of accreditation West Africa since 5 years, in spite of repeated appeal to the management. Considering that the chief medical director is fellow of West African College of Surgeons, the vice chancellor, fellow of West African College of Surgeons, provost, fellow of West African College of Surgeons. Then it's like I will say, like in chess face Julius Caesar, so are they all honorable men. So, and again, thankfully, this university and hospital has contributed to the growth of the college as president. That is Professor Nwako and Professor Mbonu, faculty chairman Professor Ikechebe, council member Professor Emejulu, and so on. The faculty board members, Nwosu, Anyanwu, and others, and the numerous examiners. You know, in a few weeks' time, nearly half of this place will be depleted. They will be in Abuja or Ibadan examining, and you will see those of us sending candidates for ophthalmology. Because I didn't mention why I'm not after the Hana to reading so. Then, apart from this, we are being staffed by resident doctors. And this is not due to the brain drain syndrome, because some applications, many applications are unapproved. For now, we have 16 consultants. This is our distribution, with only 6 resident doctors. And 4 of these are senior lecturers, senior registrars. It all means that the medical staff of ophthalmology in this hospital and university is top-heavy. A top-heavy organization is not going to survive because it loses the ability to self-regenerate. You know, and living today, you know, if there's no smaller person to continue, then you can imagine, like I kept telling one of the nurses then, that if we hadn't come to Guinness, one day an Hausa person will sit there, and then we will be talking to our people through an interpreter. We don't need that. We need the younger people. What I did 20 years ago, I can't do now. But a younger person will do it easily. You know? So we need resident doctors. So if it is because we are outside the hospital, after the main hospital, what can we say about the pathetic situation with our colleagues at Akan Mill? 5 vibrant consultants. There is no operating facilities, and there is no junior doctor supporting them. Let me add that an ophthalmologist who cannot perform surgery is nothing but a glorified optician, and we shouldn't allow that to happen. We shouldn't allow that to happen to our people. So I salute all the staff I've worked with, several of them in various. So these are them, some nurses, some optometry, some of them administration and lab. And then salute to our products. You know, I'm happy to have participated in the training of over 2,500 students who eventually became doctors. And all of them have done well. You know, just this weekend, there was a scandal. I'm happy the person didn't train here, showed in the BBC. But none of our students, none of our products have done so. So, let us be careful. But I'm happy, some of them are so good. And I salute them all. But some have very high impact factor. Only a few because of space that I could list here. And so you can see me writing ETC. I salute all of you, unizik medical graduates. You've all done well. So, tribute to my family. My brother is here. He has always been a good supporter, and others. And other members of my extended family. And my townspeople. Ricky is here. Ochiaya is here. Nico Dalun for all your support. Charlie is here. Sunday is here. So I'm happy with all of you. Then my teachers, it is on their shoulders that I stand. And then I thought he would be here. The Monsignor Ezabata is somebody I will not forget in a hurry. You see, I grew up in a village where the 3 main centers of civilization were Roman Catholic Church, Anglican Church, and Salvation Army. And then this young man came for apostolic work and inspired me greatly with his impeccable command of English language. I wonder what grade he will give to this lecture if he were allowed to grade the grammar. So Monsignor Ezobata, even in absentia, I salute you. The same with Luke Okonkwo, whose scintillating performance in GCO level spurred me to high performance. And then, pieces. The pieces came from the fact that you bring mathematics problems to Ishoke pieces here. So he used to pieces mathematics for all of us. And his admission into University of Ibadan actually signaled for me a possibility for students of 16 Grammar School. I thank Antonio Keshuku. Then, I'm handing over a jewel to my colleagues. The culture of hard work, the unique undergraduate program, the residency training, and the Center for Eye Health are the jewel I'm handing over to you. Please, I plead that you keep the jewel carefully. My story is that of a young Nigerian ophthalmologist hired to teach ophthalmology to medical students, who designed a unique ophthalmology curriculum that didn't sacrifice international standards, and who, through painstaking research, they found the epidemiological characteristics of diseases in our area, and who, conscious of paucity of manpower, establish vibrant postgraduate program, including award-winning residency program and the university-based MSc and PhD programs in ophthalmology, eye health, and visual sciences. Finally, it is only left for me to enjoin you to sing with me the first stanza of the song we sang at the end of term at Zixton Grammar School. Where is the choir? They are not here. You are not here? Okay. We can sing it. Lord, dismiss us with thy blessing. Thanks for mercy. I can't hear what you say. It's disturbing me. This one is. No problem.
And that can we position the cake well so that the chief celebrant can be there with the members of the high table? Can the projector go? Can the projector go?
It can.
Or you bring the cake to the other table and the other. And once we get to the last verse, which says, degree is not degree. If president is not properly trained, we can now cut the cake. Once we get to that point, we cut the cake. Listen to what our distinguished scholar has said today. Shall we invite our Vice Chancellor, our own, the only digital D, the wonderful man, the vision of the moment, other members of the High Table, members of Council, chairman of today's occasion, our own provost, Obonisio. Here I don't know, so I'm at the end of any lunar zoo. In emeritus professor, Professor SNN, our retired colleagues, to come close with his wonderful wife, and I expect the family members, those who they are not also at their mama. Now we will listen to Prof today. Just collapse education. Red cap professors are ganglion blockers. The university should not violate the rules. Younger colleagues go and get PhD. Let us remember men of honor. If not for this and that, always remember a fat envelope. Do not carry unruliness into residency training. Sebastian, you must remember that some government officials have been in prison for misappropriating 500 naira. That's my boss, I'm talking to SNN. Things can go down south. A morally blind person has a higher challenge than a physically challenged. However, we don't need any of them. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. White man to the moon, Africans to the village. But can we go and come back? Ladies and gentlemen, Prof, what is the... Yes, the Vice Chancellor, can we approximate our hands, the Provost? Let us pray for Prof to continue to live long life, prosperity. We wish him the best. We wish him to everything good in life. May God grant our prayers. All these and many more we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. Wow. Today is his day. And remember, Prof has told us that he has an unfinished business and will continue to supervise. And to the ophthalmology department, so we are Our Vice Chancellor is here with us. Next is book review by no other person by a consummate ophthalmologist, Professor Ada Ayad. For the book review for today, The venue is here. Once the stage is set, we shall quickly invite her for the book review. Remember the title, Passing On, Dr. Moscow. Today is Prof's Day. The venue is here. The book is being shared. Prof has written so many. But this one is all important because it is coming on his valedictory. Listening to him, you must agree that this is a tourist. So I'm going to take this. So once the stage is set, our Vice Chancellor, Professor J.I. Ike, we thank you so much for being part of this all-important event. We thank you so much for all you've done. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. May I invite Professor Ada Ayaj for the book review.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would love to say that I'm standing on existing protocols to give this review, but there are some people I have to mention, acknowledge, if not there will be consequences. The chairman of the occasion, sir, the valedictorian, and of course my dearly beloved husband. If I don't call his name, he may just send me back to my father's house. It's amazing to see everyone who has come to honor this doyen of ophthalmology, Professor S.N. Nwosu. And it's a privilege and an honor to be invited to do this book review. Now let me tell you a secret. This book is the text that the public health space has been waiting for. This book, The Essentials of Public Health for Eye Care, is a comprehensive and authoritative text, okay? And it bridges the gap between public health and eye care. And it is topical and timely because 2.2 billion people globally have visual impairment worldwide. And this book explains to us how we can actually merge public health with eye care to see how we can treat and manage vision loss in Nigeria and globally. So when you look at the galaxy of stars who are authors, you have the doyen of ophthalmology himself, Professor S.N. Nwosu, who is a professor of ophthalmology in this institution. You have Dr. Ndulue from Duke University in USA. You have pharmacist Leonard Madubum, who is the former chief pharmacist of Guinness Eye Care Center. Then you have Dr. Adora Onyora, who wrote the chapter, who co-authored the chapter on statistics. Now, we're interested to know that Adora is the daughter of the legendary Professor Oyeka, the professor of statistics in this institution. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Oluchi Ndulue from one of the finest institutes in the world, the Harvard Medical School. Now, this book is divided into sections, and each section is so loaded that it could be a textbook on its own. The first section talks about the basic sciences of public health, and chapter 1 starts with epidemiological methods. And this is fitting because epidemiology is the basis of public health. We also have a chapter on research methodology, which will guide researchers in choosing the study design for their research. And the fourth chapter, I was very happy to note, is on the ethics of medical practice and research. Because for so many researchers, ethics is just a compulsory part and an annoying part of a research proposal, which needs to be submitted to the ethics committee. So I was very happy to see that there was something on ethics. Now the next section starts with a quotation by Prof. Nwosu, and it says, "When public health succeeds, curative medicine takes a backseat. But when public health fails, curative medicine attempts to clean the mess." All he's saying here is that prevention is better than cure. Preventing eye disease when you can is better than curing it. In this section, public health and eye care, he talks about how to prevent eye diseases and the intersection between public health and eye care. Now this is very important because for so long, eye care and its complications have been seen as conditions that should be treated in the tertiary centers, in the hospitals. And that's why there's an even corneal blindness could have been prevented by vitamin A supplementation and measles immunization. The next chapter deals with health policy, health systems, and health economics. And it's a very, very detailed section. And it gives us an idea of the health systems in the developing world and also compares these health systems to the health systems in developed countries and advises us on how to address the gaps. Now, health economics is a very important part of this health policy because if policies are made and there's no financial backing, then those policies cannot be implemented. This book is not just contemporary, it's also futuristic. There's a chapter on artificial intelligence, and he tells us of how we can apply artificial intelligence to the practice of ophthalmology. And so you can imagine somebody has an eye problem, and they go to the hospital for treatment, and the person is met by a robot. The robot takes the diagnosis, you need surgery, the robot conducts surgery, gives you your post-op medication, and asks you to go home. Then what happens if you have complications, or if you are not satisfied with the treatment? You go to AI to complain, food for thought. Now there's also a chapter on international strategy. I said there are 2.2 billion people in the world who have some form of vision loss. And in his book, Prof. Nwosu talks about the various international strategies that have been adopted to try and reduce the burden of blindness globally, in Nigeria, and in Anambra State. For example, we had the Vision 2020, the Right to Sight, which was launched in 1999, and its role was to eliminate avoidable blindness by the year 2020. Unfortunately, we failed to do that. And so there are other global strategies, but he wants us to know that reducing avoidable blindness is key to achieving any of the global development goals. There's also a chapter of social marketing on eye care, and I smiled when I saw this chapter. So where else, which better place is there to market eye care than in the largest industrialized market and business city in Africa in a while? So, marketing of eye care, social marketing of eye care is very important, you know, and with the array of academia and business people we have here who understand the concept of marketing, this is an opportunity for ophthalmologists to market, to sell their markets. But on a more important note, this talks about creating demand for eye care. And in his book, he talks about how we can go about creating demand for eye care. His final chapter talks about sustainable eye care models in Nigeria. And 4 of them were made special mention of. You have St. Joseph's Eye Hospital in Unizik. He mentioned in his lecture about Sister Obaka, who runs it. You have the Eleta Eye Institute in Ibadan. You have the Ekwa Eye Hospital in Kano, and you have the Eye Foundation Hospital in Lagos. Now, the list is not exhaustive, but these are what we call high-volume cataract centers. You know that cataract is the commonest cause of blindness globally, in Nigeria, in Anambra State, and even in the Nnewi. So this chapter gives us an idea of how we can develop sustainable eye care models in Nigeria to tackle this problem. It's a wonderful book. It's very informative, but like all man-made things, nothing is perfect. So there are some strengths and limitations. One of the strengths is that it is comprehensive and very well structured. It's evidence-based and practical. It is globally relevant, and it adopts an interdisciplinary approach, mixing ophthalmology with public health, economics, and policy. But some areas for improvement will include complex language. Some of the language was a bit too technical, so maybe if we had a glossary to explain what those terms were. And even though there were several case studies, we would have wanted to see a broader range of case studies, especially representing underrepresented areas, to make it more globally relevant. So in conclusion, Essentials of Public Health for Eye Care is a well-researched and insightful book that connects the world of ophthalmology to public health. It offers a clear and thorough look at public health principles and how they apply to eye care, with real-life examples and case studies. It gives residents a practical knowledge and tools to undertake this public health assignment. So who is the book meant for? Who is the target audience? We have ophthalmologists and other eye health professionals. We have policymakers. We have masters and PhD students in public health. We have NGO owners and people interested in advocacy, and researchers undertaking research in eye health. So in summary, this is a first-class book, but this is my own opinion. I would advise everyone here to get their own copy and read it and form their own opinion. Thank you.
She introduced herself as she made it a blank, but mentioned that without his permission she wouldn't have been there, and that she had to call his name from apology. So let me finish it for her. That's the husband sitting there, Professor Martin Awaj. Many of you may not know him, but he is from the famous Ayaji family. And he's one of those who, during the first session of the Japa syndrome, he refused to go away. In fact, others were going away to America, Saudi Arabia, and he came back from America and settled in Enugu, where we all grew up. And he and Dr. Okesika Okereke were working together with Professor our Professor Ndulue, many of you must know him. He is one of the bravest soldiers Ndulue and God. That if Ndulue can't save the person, then it's only God that will save him. And these young men, Kesika and Martin Arai, they came back and stepped into the man's shoes and became one of the bravest soldiers we had at UNTH in those days. Martin, I'm happy to see you. You discouraged most of us from running away from the country. So thank you very much that we all stayed back. Madam, thank you for nurturing him. And thank you for being there for him. Now we go to the let's say that the provost, our provost, open out the room. We have something to give to the retiring, and I think it's your honor to be the presentation to me. So Sebastian, can you do that around? This is the presentation. Our valedictorian, our teacher, our trainer, our professional father, Professor Nwosu, on behalf of University, every represented by our acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Ndulue Ntuko, in association with the College of Health Sciences, which we completely and totally has fought for nurture and brought into being. We give you this award of honor on the occasion of your valedictory lecture, this 3rd April 2025. So help us God. Please let's appreciate it. I want to hear. Let's appreciate it. Let's appreciate it. God with us. And let's see. Continue with your very good decisions. We appreciate all you've done, and we want you to continue the traditions of your fathers, introduced by the former provost of one of our committees, who is the only physical semblance and representative of physiology in this part of Nigeria, as Professor Ndulue. So continue that tradition. You are representing your fathers very well, and may God be guiding you. Please let's appreciate this orator. Please, the college orator.
Thank you so much, Professor JKC. One good thing is that you able to see what people in any don't they allow Sunday able to be man? Or one road at a clear again, or what to do some people. The Baba who is your. Thank you so much. Distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the book presentation. The wonderful one written by our own Professor S.F. The CMD, who is the chief lodger, is ably represented in our midst. Professor J.O. Ubai, by the seaman, Uncle Okalisen. What he's going to do today will correspond with his height and weight and dimensions. You know, I say we pay this and the way you thank God to pay you for it. You know, for some ladies, he's going to launch this book. And was it it funny when I prostate these days? Oh, they use monitor when they were prostate. I have seen the recent one. Oh, yes. So I quickly invite one of the men with magnitude and direction, Professor Ogo Ezejiofor. Club goes in the magnitude I gave you when Professor Ezejiofor is a distinguished scholar in dermatology. Now, the mic is here.
Thank you very much, MC. I think without wasting our time, I will, on behalf of CMD, unveil this book, The Office of Chief Medical Director, Professor Joe Barker is unveiling this very beautiful book with 500,000 naira.
Wow. Wow. They have magnitude and direction. On the low grade, the DC map. Chief, I gave you the Abuko unfair, the iPhone card. But I can't have food before. I came back. Okay, I get a contact of Thermal School. You get your Prof magnitude, there's your direction. The chairman of today's occasion, Papand, to unveil the book.
Ladies and gentlemen, chairman is not cheerleader. And you can see the difference in heights. And I can assure you that all my appendages are equivalent to my height. Appendages is everything, including my phalanx. It's my honor as the chairman. I'm forgetting for you can see this book is very, very big. And I'm sure that the production cost must be very, very high. I'm only market as no day. Who can estimate? Anybody who is going to grab this book, please make sure you don't limitize it. I don't think the production will be less than 50,000. I don't think so. Therefore, as you grab one, go higher and higher as you can. And grabbing one with 300,000 more.
Oh, Subrile. You know, Professor PIS has a way to nucleate the prostate. Once he's moving up, or 5 minutes, that bed had that queen. The next enable prostate, how he does it remains a mystery. Or pray with him any day, there's a new technique to anything. Professor Papando, it's a pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you so much. Also brilliant. How do I move now? Professor JKC is almost like a date. I will say, our home na get a full effort. You take if an equivalent. Equivalent when if here. But our problem, I will say an donut. I will say how much I want to go to you. JKC, opposition. So JKC is here, and it is my honor to invite anyone who appreciates the beautiful work Professor Sabastian Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu has done.
Professor Nwosu, in his academic work at Guinness Eye Hospital, I was actually the first resident there. And then two other people, Professor Ntuko. So I'm representing the three of us as the first resident that was in Guinness Eye Hospital when it started. So he really toiled and struggled and was the only academic consultant there. And then from what he taught us, he will say, why? He will not allow anybody to sabotage your work. So in every essence of it, he taught you that you make sure you know what the nurses do, you know what the technicians do, you know what the anesthetists do. To the extent that one day, Prof. Nwosu told me that you will not allow even the technician operating the generator, you will not allow him to sabotage your work. You have to know how to run the generator. I'm telling you, whatever. You know, he was the only academic, and no, you cannot allow anyone to sabotage you. So his training, when we went through his training, he made you an overall, person, so that even as an ophthalmologist, I head the surgery department in Amman. People will be saying, I have an ophthalmologist head department of surgery, but I could do it for how many years? And because of this training, there are so many things I could do that I wouldn't have done without the training that Professor Nwosu gave us. And then he will not say that Professor Nwosu is an inflate, because there are some professors that they've done so many things nationwide, internationally, but in their hometown they have not done anything. So apart from this thing is set up in Opo, I'm from Opo. My father was the first ophthalmologist in the eastern Nigeria, and then Professor Nwosu went under some tutelage. He was Dr. TLC Okichukwu, that owned the Madonna Eye Hospital. Dr. Professor Nwosu was also helping there. And then, because of that, this thing, he now taught me as his daughter. And then, another person from Opo, what's his name? Akudnobi. And then we have a Professor Uba from Opo also. So he did not only train everybody in the nation, but also pinpointed training also in his hometown. So I congratulate him, for doing that. So thank you so much, Prof. And then I just said I would just say something, for 1 minute. And then because of that, I'm going to. Now, even if it's widows, it's not a widow's mind, anyway. I'm just standing in for the three of us. And now try to launch the book with 100,000.
Thank you so much. I will stand on existing protocols. Distinguished professors, Vice Chancellor, Provost, CMD. Well, we'll just continue. This happens to be my sister, my last sibling. My name is Richard Ndulue Ntuko, and Professor Nwosu is a younger colleague of our father, the late Dr. Ntuko, the ophthalmologist. So we have some links with Professor Nwosu, and on a personal note, my sister we're representing the family, more or less. We want to support the book launch and the activities here with 100,000 naira. Thank you so much. Please, Ada. There are many Adas in ophthalmology. Please take notes. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, when you are going for exams in surgery, there is one consultant that will tell you that his shoes are always nice. So nice, he's so handsome, he's so wonderful, and his questions are also so nice. Professor Hayat is in our midst. And if you look at those looks and the shoes, you are convinced that what I'm saying is right. And the spirit now comes down his direction, because that cannot look. The spirit is moving me. The spirit, all the little where, all the little going, on a couple of distinguished colleagues, it's time to appreciate our professor. It's time to launch this wonderful book. The account to pay to is account number 204-734-5807. UBA Afoko. Account name Professor Sabastian Ndulue Nwosu. Account number 204-734. Wow! Professor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here. I actually came here because my wife is the reviewer of the book. And I know Prof very well for a long time. And I said I must come to support him. My friend. Good. So we are launching the book with 100,000 naira, and we need to meet him. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Martin Araji. Whenever you hear that name, the next thing that comes to your mind is cardiothoracic surgery and elegance in the field of surgery. Professor, we deeply appreciate. Thank you so much. And we thank our reviewer, Professor Ada Araji, for being our midst. I don't know why ophthalmology has so many Adas. We have Ada Onyora, we have Ada Izemwan, we now have okay, others follow. Yes. Over. The account details Professor Sabastian Ndulue Nwosu, account number 204-734-5807, UBA. Yes, one of his trainees, Dr. Marcus Obonna Aji. Prof. Yes, we need his presence to announce donation from his mentee, Dr. Marcus Obonna Aji. The Vitro Retinal Society of Nigeria, 50,000 naira. Please, shall we appreciate them? The Vitro Retinal Society of Nigeria, 50,000 naira. Then Dr. Ijoma Okafor in diaspora, 100,000 naira. Dr. Ijoma Okafor in diaspora, 100,000 naira. Dr. Aji Marcus Obonna, 200,000 naira. The doctor died, the 100,000 already. Yes, this is a wonderful book. We deeply appreciate Prof. We deeply appreciate all he has contributed to ophthalmology and of course the surgical world. We deeply appreciate him for everything he has done. It is really a pleasure. Please let the entertainment continue to move around. Today is the day the venue is here. Prof. Professor Anthony Igwewe, our former CMD from Okpo. Oh, you know, by affiliation, my boss, my mentor. May he so rest in peace. Professor Osita Anthony Igwewe, 100,000 naira. 100,000 naira. Prof, your boys are doing well. Ajimako sent in 200,000 naira for Enugu. We have one of the foremost colonels here. Ochiawopo, former President General of Improvement Union. Chief, while I was in medical microbiology at Oka, you were in Sierra Leone, if you remember. I was in the same class with your son, who trained in this medical school. So during those 1 days, we used to pray for you. We used to pray for you in medical microbiology. I do see it because you just tell us that his father is in the war front. You are the leader of that battle in Sierra Leone. I do still remember. Yes, 1997. What? I will say a request to go for microphone. I will see your microphone. Here, your microphone. Keep up to date. The oracle, the papa behind, and what is your
Valerie, let me call on the head of the Department of Ophthalmology, Dr. Unizik, to please come and address us. We have to quickly do if the spirit moves you, put it from. The spirit doesn't move you, we wait until the spirit moves you, so we can round up in the next 30 minutes and be out of it. The chairman, provost, all protocols of God. On behalf of the Department of Ophthalmology, we are going to launch this book with a sum of 100,000 naira.
Colonel A.A. Ogunna, Ochiawopo, Namuku.
I thank everybody here. I was introduced as a former President General of Improvement Union. That's my community. Yes. I've been well introduced. I personally launched the book with 50,000 naira with my family. And as it's been said before, my son, Okeshiku Ogunna, who is a medical doctor too, requested that I should launch the book with 1 million naira.
Wow, okay, boy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Wow.
At my surgery on the 10th of December. Ever before that, my stepmother, many years ago, in 2009, had an eye surgery there. It's supposed to move that performed the surgery with 2 eyes. And it was very, very successful. Up to the woman, has not complained of any problem again. And she seemed very, very well with the 2 eyes. So also is so excellent. Since you work, we grew up together, extremely intelligent. Extremely intelligent. Mandolman Patan, Abam Market, doctor, consultant in terms.
Guinness.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Professor Sabastian Ndulue Nwosu. We thank God for your life, and we thank God for bringing you to your 70th year. We give God all the glory for all that you have achieved in life. We thank God for the family He had given unto you. And this day we give God all the glory that you are even retiring from civil service. All glory to the Almighty God. But this felicitation will be incomplete if we don't appreciate you for all that you had done in the educational sector and clinical services to humankind. Professor Sabastian Nwosu is an erudite ophthalmologist an academic, an academician of repute, great examiner, a quintessential human being. He's highly knowledgeable, highly skilled. He's a vitreoretinal surgeon, but his heartbeat really is in education, training of residents, training of medical students. So he is highly revered in medical education. He has served in the National Postgraduate Medical College at various times as the Secretary of the Faculty of Ophthalmology and even the Chairman of the faculty, as well as third Senate member, and of course other various responsibilities in the college. But the period he served in the college, we worked together. He was my chairman at the time from 2002 to 2006. And afterward, he became the third Senate member and also served in various capacities. He's been an examiner in the faculty for almost 25 to 30 years now. He's been serving in the faculty. And he's been involved in training of residents. And during his tenure as the chairman, there were a lot of reforms. The first was the structuring of the curriculum. The structured residency program in ophthalmology was started by Professor Nwosu. When we were working together, he was the chairman and I was the secretary. And in addition, we started the objective structured practical examination. In fact, ophthalmology was the first to start in the college.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's with immense joy and a hint of bittersweet emotion that I join you today to celebrate and honor a truly remarkable man, Professor Nwosu. His valedictory lecture and book launch marks the culmination of a stellar career in ophthalmology and a well-earned retirement. So on this occasion, our hearts are filled with both pride and gratitude. Professor Nwosu is an ophthalmology colossus in every way, an outstanding clinician, a teacher of teachers, a renowned researcher, an erudite academic, and indeed mentor to many. As one of the earliest vitreoretinal surgeons in Nigeria, he blazed the trail, providing leadership for decades. His unwavering dedication and gentle guidance has nurtured and shaped not just the careers of individuals, but societies like the Ophthalmology Society of Nigeria, the African Retinal Society, the Vitreoretinal Society of Nigeria, which he helped nurture and mature to enviable heights. Professor Nwosu has poured his heart and soul into the education and clinical training of younger ophthalmologists far beyond his institution. His name is named in the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, where he has supported our residency training and supervised our fellowship candidates. Today, as we listen to his valedictory lecture, you could not but notice his characteristic blend of intellectual rigor and genuine passion for his subject matter. We are filled with a deep sense of gratitude for the wisdom he shares so selflessly and the knowledge he continues to impart. His students now spread across the globe, carrying with them the knowledge, skills, and values imparted by this great man. They continue to uphold the highest standard of ophthalmology practice, a testament to Professor Nwosu's enduring legacy. His seminal works on retinal diseases in Nigeria and later diabetic retinopathy in Ndulue, both published in the year 2000, became the turning point to our appreciation of the significant contribution of diabetes to blindness in Nigeria. That journey has culminated in the launch of the Nigerian National Guideline for Screening and Management of Diabetic Retinopathy, a project I had the privilege of working on with Professor Nwosu and many other very distinguished colleagues. Today we launch Professor Nwosu's most recent book, Essentials of Public Health in Eye Care. This culmination of his life work is not just a gift to the ophthalmology fraternity, but also a testament to his tireless pursuit of excellence. This book will remain a legacy project that will continue to inspire and educate generations to come. Professor Nwosu, as you embark on the next chapter of your life, we are filled with mixed emotion, pride for your achievement, gratitude for your guidance, and a touch of sadness as we bid farewell to your former presence in the academic arena. Above all, we are filled with hope and joy, knowing that your towering legacy will continue to shine brightly. On behalf of your ophthalmology family in the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to you for your tireless service, your unwavering dedication, your unparalleled contribution to the development of ophthalmology in our institution. We wish you a fulfilled and joyful retirement. Thank you, Professor Nwosu, for being a truly kind gentleman, and congratulations on your valedictory lecture and well-deserved retirement.
My name is Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, MNI, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Indeed, it is my great honor and privilege to give this goodwill message to our dear, great Professor S.N.N. Nwosu. The great teacher, a feared teacher, a no-nonsense teacher. But indeed, sir, we thank you very, 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 very much. You have trained us, you have groomed us, you have made us what we are today. Let me recall during our days during the residency training, when we go for examinations in Lagos, none of us wanted to meet Prof during examinations because it's going to be tough. But on the other side, thinking about meeting Prof in exams made us to prepare even harder. What else can I say other than to thank Prof for making us what we are today? The discipline he instilled in us, he never cared who you were, he never cared where you came from. All he wanted was to produce the best ophthalmologists in you, and that's what he has done. Sir, I wish you well as you retire, and as you bow out, like the title of your lecture says, passing on the ophthalmoscope. You have truly passed on the ophthalmoscope, not to one, not to two, but to several excellent ophthalmologists in Nigeria. You have helped in grooming and producing many ophthalmologists. From the bottom of my heart, sir, I will continue to remember you for the good work you have done for us, and for me in particular during my training as an ophthalmologist. Thank you very much, Prof. In your new life, you will see peace, you will see love, you will have good health, and you live to reach 100 years, sir. We thank you very much, and we pray that what you did to us, others will do to your children, and even more new generation to come. Thank you very much, Prof. The no-nonsense Professor S.N.N. Nwosu. Thank you, sir.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Martha Mary Udo, the consultant ophthalmologist. I want to heartily congratulate Prof on the occasion of his valedictory lecture and retirement from active service. Prof has been a father and a mentor. My first direct encounter with Prof was during my Part 2 dissertation defense of the National Postgraduate Medical College exams. I was scheduled to be in the room where Prof was the chief examiner. On entering that room, I had to answer a couple of questions and defend my dissertation. I realized that the work had red ink marks from the beginning to the end of the page. I really was afraid for the outcome of the work, but I just prayed and trusted God for the best. It looked as though Prof was hard because the questions were somehow technical, some I could attend to and some I couldn't really attend to it. But with hindsight, I realized that Prof was teaching me to be a meticulous person. He was impacting to me and making me to see things, to take detailed consideration of things.
I want to really appreciate him for all the time, for painstakingly going through my work. At the end, that work was a better work, and I am grateful to him for it. Thereafter, Prof has become a father, calling out and checking up on my progress as an ophthalmologist, checking up on how I have gone, my research work, my publications. He's checked up even onto my family life and every aspect of my life, and I'm grateful to him for this. Thank you so much, Prof, for the impact you have made in my life. You have made me a better, a more meticulous ophthalmologist. Thank you for the trainings that I've received, the laser trainings and other aspects of trainings in ophthalmology. Thank you for being a great ophthalmic educator. Thank you for giving in so much to ensure that you raise men and women that are of excellent standard, people who can compete world over. Thank you so much, Prof, for your impact in my life and in the lives of my colleagues. I pray that as you retire, even though you are not tired, that the good Lord will continue to keep you, that He will preserve you, will keep you in good health, and He will reward you abundantly for all the work you've done. Congratulations once again, Prof, and you have a very good day. God bless you.
My name is Dr. I am a consultant ophthalmologist in the University of Nigeria. I wish to congratulate my teacher, Professor S.N.N. Nwosu, on the retirement from active service from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Guinness During my residency in Guinness Professor Nwosu played a very key role in making sure that I found out to be a very good consultant today. As a matter of fact, the very first day I was at center with him, he made sure I emphasized the eye and also focused on the safety, and he continued this. So this particular act has made me a very good eye surgeon today. And during my pre-part-1 stage, most will come to the clinic very early in the morning to teach us how to do retinoscopy. He also read our proposal from beginning to the end, so we had full pass in observations. He read the manuscript line by line. He also has made great impact for a lot of ophthalmologists in Nigeria and Southeast in particular. And we wish him the very best in whatever he plans to do next with his life. And I pray that God Almighty will keep protecting him. Thank you so much.
Well, it is my profound pleasure to identify and felicitate with Professor S.N.N. Nwosu as he bows out gracefully from the public service. He has been my teacher, trainer, and mentor, whom I have enormous respect and admiration. And I have also worked under Professor Nwosu as a consultant ophthalmologist for over a decade now, and is indeed a wonderful moment for me. Any contact or engagement with Professor Nwosu for me seems like a workshop, a period of learning, and a moment to remember. He has this penchant for excellence, and his diligence and dedication to duty is very, very uncommon. If there's anything Professor Nwosu lacks so much, I must tell you for free, that could be tolerance, to be honest. He has also trained, facilitated, mentored many men and women, not only through ophthalmology residency training, but also through other postgraduate endeavors. He has this prowess to extract enormous strength from even the weakest. And this has actually endeared him to so many minds. He has many positive and amazing attributes, and which could be perceived in so many ways, and as well could be likened to the proverbial elephant and the 7 blind men, who could only describe what they touched from different locales. And again, in demonstration of excellence, he has chosen to bow out in style with a book launch. My respect, my dear boss. It is by fervent prayers that the good Lord will keep you and bless you with good health of mind and body as you retire from service. And may all that you have worked for turn out to be good and provide you with enduring peace and happiness for you and yours always.
I remember as a resident when this came out Saturday, outside to give us lectures and update us on all that we're supposed to know. And this really helped us to about our exams, our part 1 and part 2 exams. And also during the part 1 exam, before then, always have the practice. Came out every Tuesday, and this helped to improve my skills in fraction. Prof, as you retire, you retire, but you're not yet tired because it's still very strong. I want to assure you that you have seen the pattern of
now, he's the only person that they replace with the right hand. Not the the left hand. The left hand from the other side. Professor, and his Shenera from him. He demonstrates straight away. One incision. One incision.
Hello everyone. I'm Dr. Chioma Emeluma, a consultant ophthalmologist in Guinness Eye Center. I'm here to talk about one of my mentors, Professor Nwosu, Nwosu is an icon. Of course, anyone that is involved in ophthalmology in whatsoever way in Nigeria has heard about that. He's someone that has done so much in research. Google the name Professor Nwosu, you know all the articles I will share. He's someone that has done so much in supervising resident doctors. He's done so much in vitreoretinal surgery, subspecialty. He's involved in the National College, West African College, Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria. So he's a well-known person. And this person is someone that has touched my life in so many ways. He has been such an inspiration, such a motivation throughout even before I started residency. I know how many times I met up with him when I was still battling with the idea of, specializing in ophthalmology. I know how I was encouraged by him. During the residency training, he's someone that he loves to teach. That's one unique thing about him. He loves to teach. He's always ready to teach you anywhere, anyhow. So he's someone that is wonderful, and I thank God for his life. And as he's retiring, I'm praying to God to continue to give him good health, give him strength, give him the motivation to continue pushing on, to continue motivating the hundreds of doctors, which he's already doing. And I pray that he had a very long life and continue working. Yes, he's retired from civil service, or he's retiring from civil service, but I pray he doesn't retire from life, he doesn't retire from research, he doesn't retire from surgery, from clinical practice. I pray that he will continue to touch lives every day of his life, and God will continue to bless him. I pray for health, I pray for that of his family. Pray he enjoys his retirement. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor. God bless you. Thank you.
I'm happy to be making this video for a special person to me, has guided me through my postgraduate, supervised my work. He's a teacher like no other, a distinguished professor, a mentor, Professor Sabastian Ndulue. Thank you, sir, for all you've been doing and all you've done. I came into ophthalmology as a specialty, looking up to you. I remember that day at the Guinness Eye Hospital, a day before the end of hosting quiz. He gave us, they said we must write the assessment that day. I want you people to finish quick and graduate, and here you are resisting and refusing to write this quiz. But let me tell you, even if I drop dead, you people must write this quiz by tomorrow. Thank you so much. You are a great man. God bless you.
But he was the first. So we had a lot of innovation in the medical school that we live after him. So I want to thank you for that. I've already obtained your book, 2 copies. Not with 1 copy, I received. Maybe give me the second one. I will do it.
obtain one and amount of 50,000. Thank you so much, Professor G.U. Eleje, the Deputy Provost. The Deputy Provost, Professor Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. The actual Professor SNN Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. All of them I gave on. Professor Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu is drawing powers from JKC and is coming to the stage straight away. All the opinion, you know, now what I know.
Thank you. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the Professor Ndulue Nwosu for his tireless efforts in this college and this institution. And at a point in time, when he was about to start the PG program, one of the exams, he called me and then said I'm going to send some books to me to read. And then several times I've seen him at Walker. Running up and down. I'm carrying papers. At the stage I called him. I went to because of that. They're not getting younger, but I wonder why you are doing all this. He said that they don't understand that you want this program to continue. And I want to stay here to say that when Professor Charles Okamo was giving his Valedictory lecture, he said that he pointed to someone, he said he's handing over. So I want to find out from him too, that those younger ones, if you remember, I asked you, how do you sustain this program? The way you are handling it here, good. With other when somebody else do the same thing. So, on that note, I want to say that you have left a legacy. And I'm happy that I'm part of even the first people that graduated, I was one of the examiners. Yes. And on that note, I want to give a book with the sum of 50,000 naira.
Yes, the Southeast Ophthalmology Forum, but before that, let me invite Professor Akudinobu, Professor of Hydrogeology.
All along, I call you a semester. I call you a surgeon. Business account is surgeon and the medicine. Please, why I'm here is to show that other professionals are here. Outside those investors. Yes. Outside that, I wouldn't have come out here. Professor Nwosu is my brother. I met him in the University of Ibadan, 1978. He was about to go out when I was coming in. So I ended up in geology. I never intended to read medicine because I can't withstand blood. Yes. But there's one thing I want to tell you, those in ophthalmology. You know that all those lenses you are using, no matter how you handle them, they are from quartz, which is the mineral we will deal with. When we will bring it out, process it, we will use it for glass. I thank you people, because at the end of the day, people in the end of the day, I got to call you. No problem. That is not standard. In the end of our life, you may well have a copy of the book. Wow. I don't know.
The Southeast Ophthalmological Group, heavily led by the chairman of the West African College of Ophthalmology. Faculty of Ophthalmology. We want to give the wonderful plaque to our boss.
Thank you very much. Chairman, sir. The Southeast Ophthalmology Forum, we have a gift for our mentor and trainer, Professor SNN Nwosu. Prof, sir, please come.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was instructed by the provost to invite Dr. Aris Onwebe. As before Ntuko advised back. Okay, all the this man is a book from source. Oh, I'm this man. Don't joke with their boss. They are good in surgery. Hand by food, I can't have an email from the source. Now, book tea also have that. Age more than ever. Chief Onwebe. Chief Aris Onwebe. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are moved by the Spirit, it's time to come. Dr. Odili Okoye.
Good afternoon, everybody. The chairman, Papa Ndulue, my brother. These are people that are not good and good mercy. We see them as God that time. My neighbors, the Sima, and then the Provost. When Prof was giving, so he said he has unfinished business. I'm part of unfinished business because Prof is co-supervisor of my PhD. So, Prof, thank you, congratulations, sir. So I want to move with someone to 2,000 naira.
Ladies and gentlemen, the vote of thanks by the chairman of the local organization. So sorry. Ndoko, UIU Onisha branch. Prof, Ndoko never. In fact, Dr. Power, when we dig a Prof shout out, oh, now. Oh, now. Man, I'll be able to. So, from source. So, mistake I'm any initial, oh, now.
Okay. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Simon Benjo. The chairman of Improvement Union Onisha branch. And with me is my treasurer. I want to be Onisha. One day I woke up for Professor SNN Nwosu. Oh, you are. Oh, my God, I do wear my own guy. Makana, I like you appreciate somebody when that person is alive. Or wrong, but body water, and you did the way Professor Nwosu,
ọ na-ahịara ndị public servants. Ọ na-ahịara ndị public servants arụ ijeba their town union in the existing state. Mana Professor Nwosu defied all this on. Abịa n'Ọnịsha, ihe eji ama ndị town union bụ maybe ndị traders ndị na-azụ afịa. Ọ na-ahịara ndị public servants ahụ ije join the town union in their branch. Mana Professor Nwosu bụ sọ ya bụ onye mma. Ọ na-adị atụ bụ ndị joinụrụ UIU Ọnịsha branch. UIU Ọnịsha branch na-abịara anyị meeting, anyị emechi arọ, onye anyị ha ga-emechi arọ. Arụ nwekwa mgbe o mgbe mmiri displaced our brothers who are in the river Rhine. Professor Nwosu pụtakwara nye aka. So na anyị kọrọ ihe ọ na-eme na ihe ọ na-eme, anyị ha kpọcha ya. So ndị ụgbọ bịa Ọnịsha wee sị na ha ga-ezite anyị ka anyị bịa nwere ihe a na-eme ebe a taa. Anyị bịasị wetara ha akwụkwọ ahụ with the sum of 50,000. Then anyị na ya ga-arrange mbọsị ọ ga-abịazi n'ụbọta hall anyị maka na ndị businessmen, sorry to say it, 1 minute ha hapụ chọp ha ma business area ha wee pụọ, ọ na-adị ha ka millions ọ na-apụ. So ha wee yọọ sị na ha ga-emezi arrange mbọsị Nwosu ga-ebutere ha akwụkwọ ahụ na our town hall. Ọ mbọsị ahụ ka Ọnịsha nwere town hall na o nwere town hall na Ọnịsha. Ụkpọ bi Ọnịsha nwere town hall. So mbọsị ahụ ka ọ ga-abịazie wee ha lebanye anya na akwụkwọ mana ha si wetagodo ịrụ ofu akwụkwọ ahụ bụ the sum of 50,000.
Thank you so much, Ntuko. Dr. V.I. more than well.
Thank you. Professor Nwosu,
I document here.
very reverend teacher. I've already written about him in the brochure we have, so I won't bore us with story about him, but he's a great ally. Even last year that we have to defend our certificates. So I'll pick it for the book with 50,000 naira.
V.I. Modekwe, chairman of APCON, Professor Nwosu, Professor Nwosu,
Thank you very much.
Abacha. The one said that I'm an Andwaka. And one day I'll have to tell you the story about Andwaka. I am sure that Professor Sab is listening. And certainly I believe that I'm the last person that will be speaking today. And I chose to make that remark because I'm involved. Right from the university days, his own university days, and my own. I just by chance met him in the university. Why he left in 1981, I left in 1986. So you can see that gap. I believe that gap still remains. He has always been my teacher. And a general that is going into retirement for now. What a general I meant during this abracadabra, obnoxious advert that wanted to screw out some sense of people, academics. He happened to be one of the generals that stood behind and said, my officers move forward, we're going to win, and eventually we won. Please, I want us to appreciate him for that. Also, it happened to be the day that got me into a college of health sciences as a lecturer one. He made me, along with 1 or 2, 3 of us today, who are already professors, four of us. Emma and I, Professor Professor Glad Ahaneku, and one or two of us again. He made us grow up professors. When people were finding it difficult to be sincere and selfless with employment, he came out and employed us when we had no other person speaking for us. So please appreciate you for me today again. And then finally, you can see how many times you mentioned my name in a good one, very good language, palatable one, not condemnable. Alapia, yes, you mentioned me several times, and I'm glad about it. Chipo. Or sin again, I'm over the nobody, so that you be very, very careful. So I'm also very careful about that. As I look at the time, and the toilets, remember the question in ophthalmology here, that you say the external examiner, and it's the same ophthalmology that I have taught, to make students to be what? Attentive in their classes. One thing I want to leave us behind me, during this valedictory lecture, you can observe that Sam never mentioned political things. Dwelt on what? The substance of the day, and that is academic. He's quite an academic. And he's somebody that stands on what he believes. And if you follow him, you're not going to make any mistake. So I believe that I want to follow him, and for that, I want to hang up. And I put in a sum of myself, my wife and I, we are supporting with a sum of 100,000 dollars.
Professor Kase Andoaka. Professor, it's a pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the chairman of the local organizing committee, Dr. Ada Ezemwa, for the votes of thanks. Today is the day, and the venue is here. Ndulue Ntuko Nwosu. Dr. Kudinobi,
Good evening, Chairman, Provost, SEMA, Deans, my senior colleagues, teachers and colleagues, our visitors and students from far and near. We do not take your presence for granted. We, the local organizing committee, Department of Ophthalmology, wish to express our heartfelt appreciation for making our time to be with us as we honor our teacher, our mentor, our father, who has always been there for us. We are really appreciative of your presence, and we wish all of you journey blessings back to your various destinations.
Sorry, my
Okay, before I say the closing prayer, I want to pick a gift to 50,000 naira. Let us pray. In Jesus' name, everlasting Father, King of Kings, we thank you for today. We thank you for giving us somebody like Professor Ndulue. And I will thank you for all the dignities that came here today. Lord, we thank you that everything went on successfully. Father, we are about to close. We pray that as we leave here,
Speaker's order. Provost is here. Yes. Member of Council is here. Our chairman, Papa Ndo, is here. Our chief valedictorian.
No problem.